Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Broadband Competition and Consumer Protection hearing. Before we go forward, just for those in the audience, we have found a mobile phone, and if anybody's lost it, please go towards the back of the room, and somebody will find it. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to talk about today on this panel is a mixture of technology and markets. We're going to try to really dive into some of the concepts that were raised earlier this morning, and I've got a great group of panelists here to explore those issues. I'm going to introduce everybody, and then we'll start out with some presentation. We'll break for some discussion, and then we'll kind of weave the discussion into the other presentations. So we have first up Matthew Brill of Latham & Watkins, and he's here representing NCTA, the Internet and Television Association. Next to him is Tom Whitaker of Chantel, and he's here on behalf of the American Cable Association. Diti Chattopadhyay is next in the row, and she's here from Princeton University's Center of Information Technology and Policy. John Bergmayer is here joining us from Public Knowledge. And Casey Claffey, who many of you saw give one of this morning's lectures, is joining us from UC San Diego's Center of Applied Internet Data Analysis and the Computer Science and Engineering Department. There will be, in between the presentations, there will be folks here with question cards. If you would like to ask a question, those will make their way up here. So we'll start with Matt.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to provide a brief overview of competitive and technological developments in the broadband industry, and also just a little bit about how networks are managed and how that intersects with some of the public policy debates we have around broadband. I thought I'd start with the FTC's 2007 competition report and an observation it made about broadband at that time. The Commission noted that the broadband internet access industry is moving in the direction of more, not less competition. And based on that observation, the Commission called for a restrained approach for policymakers rather than the enactment of broad ex-ante restrictions in this, what it called, unsettled dynamic environment. And I think that was a very prescient and accurate observation about the marketplace, and the experience we've had in the last decade plus has really borne out the wisdom of that approach. When we look at the attributes of competition in a market, particularly a market like this with significant fixed investment costs, and we're not making widgets here where they're sort of very limitless numbers of participants. These are very costly networks, and in light of those attributes, and really in spite of any inherent barriers to entry, we've seen constantly expanding supply, we've seen declining prices, and we've seen a lot of other attributes that define a very healthy and well-functioning marketplace. So I just thought I'd review some of those key data points. In 2007, when this commission looked at broadband competition, services were widely available. They were available to 93% of households passed by cable, 79% of households passed by telco providers, often at that time providing DSL, so somewhere in the 80% zone for broadband availability. Today, broadband is essentially available to all consumers. 94% of Americans have access to 25/3 speeds over a terrestrial wired connection, and essentially all consumers have access when you add in satellite and fixed wireless capabilities. And the FCC had observed in 2007 that the number of high-speed broadband lines was 64.6 million. There's been really a staggering increase in broadband adoption since that time. Today, there are over 110 fixed broadband connections and over 400 million wireless broadband connections, so more wireless connections than there are people in this country. Speeds have also increased fairly dramatically since that time. The FTC report noted that typical speeds were only ranging from about 700 kilobits per second to a few megabits per second in 2007. the Recode published a report last year saying that the median download speed as of December 2018 was 96.25 megabits per second. And that speed had increased some 40% over the prior year. So we're seeing very fast speeds and a very high rate of acceleration of the growth of speeds. Cable operators, the industry I'm representing, are introducing gigabit speeds. Today are available, I think, to more than 80% of cable subscribers. And there's an initiative announced by the cable industry to get to 10 gigabit speeds by around 2025. So we're seeing not just dramatic increases in speeds today, but the future is going to bring even greater speeds. Price, as I mentioned, had declined. The cost when this commission issued its 2007 report was somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 per megabit per second. Today, those costs are well under $1 per megabits per second. So cost on a per unit basis has declined substantially, another reflection of a healthy marketplace. And alternative providers have grown. The commission in the 2007 report noted significant barriers for satellite broadband or wireless broadband. In the satellite space, we're seeing much faster speeds than ever before, lower latency than ever before, and a lot of entry by providers, including SpaceX, obtaining authority from the FCC to launch thousands of low Earth devices, bringing new competition to the marketplace. All this is a reflection of enormous investment by private actors in the industry. The cable industry alone has invested over $250 billion in the last 2 decades. Of course, telco providers, satellite, and others have made substantial investments as well. We're going to see, I think, a significant increase in the convergence that's been underway for many years between wireless mobile solutions for broadband and fixed solutions with the advent of 5G. That really is a game changer that will bring significantly more competition both to fixed home services and to mobile alternatives. And today, the data that's been put out by the FCC shows that choice is abundant when we look at the 10.1 speeds that are the baseline level the FCC uses for its broadband subsidies. At the 25.3 level, 70% had at least 2 options, and that was a significant increase over the year before. So things are certainly moving in the right direction. Touching on technology, cable industry has responded to all that increase in demand and has brought all those increases in speeds in a number of different ways. Cable companies can expand the overall pipe by increasing the capacity. Typically, a system might have 750 megahertz of total capacity. That's being increased often to 1.2 gigahertz of total capacity. So making the pipe bigger is one way to bring more capacity. Reducing the number of homes served by a node in a neighborhood is another technique. Node splits and segmentation is a common tool where consumers are using up available capacity, and it requires decreasing the size of the service groups to keep delivering increasing speeds. And also delivering data more efficiently. The DOCSIS standard keeps improving, and those techniques allow for more channel bonding and compression through technologies like MPEG-4, also improve the consumer experience. When we get into the discussion, I'll talk about interconnection as well. Interconnection capacity continues to increase. There are many routes into ISPs networks, and many of these routes are settlement-free. The economics continue to evolve, but it's worked well on a market-based approach. And the cost of transit for internet connectivity continues to plummet, another sign of a healthy marketplace. Finally, ISPs manage their networks to prevent malware, to honor choices we make like parental controls, and to ease congestion. And in doing so, all major broadband providers have made commitments that are binding and enforceable by the FTC to adhere to consensus net neutrality positions. ISPs don't block, don't throttle, don't engage in unfair discrimination, and again, through the transparency rule, have made binding commitments to live by those principles. Those principles are not just important from a public policy standpoint, but really are critical from a business perspective of keeping the customer happy and meeting the customer expectations. So happy to talk about all these issues once we get into the broader discussion. Thanks.
Great. Tom?
How do we do advance?
You want to go from here?
How did we going to advance?
Up here. You want to?
Thank you.
You can't go backwards.
I can't go backwards. Okay.
You've shown the slide because of the webcast.
My name's Tom Whitaker. I work for Shentel, which is a rural incumbent telephone company based in the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia, and we are a cable operator throughout Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland. And what Shentel brings to the table today for conversation is the fact that in rural broadband markets there is effective competition, investment, and in value today, in spite of the fact that delivering services in these small markets continues to be a burden for small providers. But in spite of that, these networks continue to grow, investment continues to come into these networks, and prices for consumers continue to decline. There's new providers in all of these markets coming from areas like fixed wireless, 4G wireless, electric co-ops, new satellite options, and other disruptors in the marketplace. And in addition to that, more and more homes are being built through programs at the state and federal levels. In Virginia, things like the tobacco settlement helps to fund fiber networks in Southside Virginia and in other parts of the state. And CAF and CAF2 have both been leveraged by service providers, not necessarily by Shentel, but certainly by the incumbent telcos. Companies like CenturyLink have been very successful leveraging CAF funding and shortening their DSL loops to provide better service in the markets that they serve. Yeah, I should have done that before. All right. A little more about Shentel. We're a small cable operator. We're considered a small cable operator. We serve about 8 million broadband subs and pass about, no, I'm sorry, smaller cable operators pass about 800 broadband subs and 17 million housing units. Shentel, we have about 75,000 broadband subs in Virginia, West Virginia, and rural Maryland. Scale is difficult for small providers. We have some markets where a technician can only do 2 appointments a day because they've got 4 hours of windshield time. When you're working in really small markets where a town that we serve, a place like Clarksville, Virginia, or Farmville, Virginia, or Lebanon, Virginia, you may only have 2,000 or 3,000 homes pass in the entire market. And for us to be able to scale that business and maintain that business, technicians have to cover a very wide area and serve our customers in that area over a very long day. So scale is tough. And in this markets, we're also seeing some competition from overbuilders, but overbuild business is very difficult. The cost to overbuild in a market with new technology is extremely expensive. A 5,000 home pass market was going to cost you $3.5 million to build, another $1 million to serve, and your negative cash flow on an investment like that is probably 4 years. So although there is competition in some of these smaller markets, they are not going to get additional service from a new competitor just because of the scale issues and the competitive circumstances. And we continue to see competition from incumbent telco. CenturyLink's a very difficult competitor for us in markets where we serve. They took CAF money and they improved their loop quality. They offer 25 megs for $45 for life, which is a pretty compelling offer. And that's something that we had to adjust to as the cable competitor in the markets that they serve. Electric co-ops are becoming an effective competitor, building fiber to the home networks in the markets where they provide rural electric service. And consequently, for us in those markets, it's very difficult for us to get on those poles and co-locate those poles, on those poles, because electric co-ops operate under different rules than the big power companies like Dominion and American Electric Power. So in those markets, it's very difficult for us to go head-to-head with them because the cost of co-location on those poles could be as much as $20 per year per pole. And in a small market, you might have to attach to 5,000 poles. You got fixed wireless providers in these markets, which are true disruptors, and it's not uncommon for 1 or 2 wireless WISP service providers to compete against us in a small market. Satellite's still out there, and 4G mobile unlimited data is a real competitor to terrestrial systems no matter where we do business. $100 a month for 4 $800 mobile phones is a pretty compelling offer, and it's difficult for us to compete in that type of environment. We continue to invest in all of our markets by Investing, we've invested over $150 million in our markets. Shoot, I can't go back.
Well, you can go backward, that's fine.
Okay, we've invested $125 million in recent years and another $25 million this year, primarily enabling our systems for DOCSIS 3.1, which will allow us to deliver gigabit service to all of our cable customers throughout our 185,000 home pass footprint. We're seeing the price of broadband come down. Where we buy broadband at our peering locations, that price continues to drop as competition in exchange points continues to be very robust, driving down the cost of access to internet access for us. And we think that small providers provide great customer service. In 2018, Shentel was the Independent Operator of the Year, primarily because we really do offer a great network experience. Less than 1% of our customers experience a trouble on a monthly basis, and we provide great local customer service. Cable operators continue to experience challenges when it comes to the upstream broadband market. Getting to the access exchange is a real challenge for a small operator. Not so much for us. We're only about 90 miles from D.C., and many years ago we had an opportunity to build fiber into Ashburn out by Dulles Airport, where there's a huge access exchange out there. But a smaller operator who's far from a city where there are access opportunities is not only going to have to pay transport to get from their aggregation point in their home network to a point somewhere in a distant city, just that transit from point A to point B is going to be particularly expensive, and the competition in that access exchange is not going to be as robust as the competition is at a Dulles Airport. So they're not going to be buying at the same cost per megabit as I can buy, and that is a real barrier to entry and growth for small operators in small markets. So rural broadband, in my opinion, it's a business I've been in my whole career. It's a good news story, and we believe that removing barriers to access, and particularly when it comes to co-location on rural power co and municipal poles, and continuing to award subsidies in unserved markets for the deployment of robust broadband markets would be the best tactic and opportunity for increased competition in these rural markets. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to spend a little time on questions here. Matthew and Tom, you've both described slightly different perspectives, and you work with different size internet access providers, let's call them that. We've had a lot of discussion this morning about internet access providers in a generalized way, with some folks talking about the differences. I wondered if you can both talk a little bit about the differences between, a little bit more about the differences between the different size cable operators who are offering internet service, and then we can maybe explore some of those other internet service providers that you've talked about. So, Tom, you gave some examples about the cost of building out and having fiber. You both talk a little bit about, the incentives, the economics of building out closer to the consumer, and a little bit about, the power in terms of the market that you were talking about.
In small rural markets where you might have 5,000 homes passed, which is I live in Lexington, Virginia. Lexington's about a 5,000 home pass market. CenturyLink's the incumbent telco. Comcast is the incumbent cable co. They're the only two options. There are a couple WISPs in town, but that's kind of a typical small town internet access scenario. The reason there's not a third provider there is because the third provider is going to have to come in and split the market. CenturyLink's a good provider, but Comcast is the dominant service provider in a market like that, and Comcast is definitely the dominant service provider in Lexington. So a new entrant is really going to split the market with Comcast
So it's about the number of consumers. Is that what you're talking about?
There's not the investment opportunity. If you're going to spend $4.5 million building the market to get to 30% of the subs and have negative cash flow for 4 years, there's not a lot of companies that are going to be willing and able to do that. So it's unappealing, repetitively. In every market that looks like that, there's just not a lot of companies who are willing to step into that type of aggressive competitive environment.
I would note that, while the challenges for smaller providers and larger providers different, the one constant for all ISPs is this is an incredibly capital-intensive business, and there's a baseline of competition from telco providers, WISPs, as we've heard about, satellite providers, and a coming growth in competition with 5G wireless that's really going to be incredibly intense. And that points to an imperative to keep improving the network plant and to offer greater capabilities to consumers, to keep up with the competition and the demand. And so what we see is an industry that is constantly investing heavily to bring these capabilities to keep up with higher bandwidth applications. Applications like Netflix that we all use so heavily, drive a lot of growth in the network. So that investment is occurring and is driving increased capabilities on the access side. And I think there are important changes that maybe talked about on one of the other panels this morning in the interconnection side of the business. It's important to understand that a small number of very large entities, including Amazon Cloud Services, Netflix, and others, really control how much of the traffic that we experience on the internet gets to the ISPs. And these entities that dictate the routes have enormous economic leverage over ISPs of all sizes, and particularly smaller ISPs, because they can impose significant transit costs on ISPs and use peering playbooks to exploit that leverage. So while often there's a lot of public policy debate about ISPs and what leverage they can employ, it's often misunderstood that edge providers that control a lot of traffic have enormous leverage. And what we see is, I think today, a balance and fair amount of stability. There haven't been high-profile peering disputes, notwithstanding the absence of heavy-handed regulation in this area. So that part of the market has reflected a lot of very big players on the edge side that are exerting a lot of pressure.
And is that balance in market power that with the edge providers and the ISPs, is that something that is different between different types of ISPs? And so one example I'm thinking of is the discussion about trying to get edge providers to bring the content, we heard a lot about this earlier today, to bring the content closer to where the consumers are. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I mean, I think all ISPs, again, face to some degree these same issues, but if you're a large ISP that has a national backbone, as AT&T and Verizon do, as Comcast and Charter do, you can control some more of your own costs by carrying that traffic on your own network. And typically, there are set peering policies where if there's a rough balance of traffic and a balance of value on both sides, ISPs can enter into peering arrangements on a settlement-free basis with transit providers and others. Typically where there's payment in one direction or another, that reflects an asymmetry in the value that's provided in the traffic flows. The problems are more pronounced for smaller ISPs because essentially they can get pushed around by large edge providers. If an entity like Netflix wants to co-locate equipment in a certain location and have the ISP house that equipment, they have enormous economic leverage to insist on terms of their choosing. So it's a more balanced negotiation with larger ISPs. I think smaller ISPs really are often at the mercy of entities that deliver large amounts of traffic.
There's about 800 small cable codes in this country. Shentel's like the 25th or 30th largest. So there are a lot of really small cable companies. We only pass 185,000 homes. Now we're able to get Netflix and Google and Facebook to bring their casting equipment into our peering point. So when somebody goes to Facebook, they don't go all the way out through the public internet and back to get to that content, which saves us money because we don't have to pay for those megabits to pass over into the public internet network. But think of all the hundreds of companies that will never be able to talk to Netflix or Google or Facebook about that type of arrangement. It's the vast majority. So most small cable cos have zero leverage to enter into some of these, preferred peering relationships.
And I want to just grab the clicker for a second so we can do the very, very simplified diagram. But how does this translate for consumers? There's a lot of discussion this morning about quality of video. Is that the main thing that, in terms of having content that's going to be closer to where the actual consumers are in their homes, if we're talking about home networks?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is about quality of service. Caching and localizing content means fewer hops. It means better performance. It means lower latency. For people who enjoy real-time applications like gaming, latency is really important. And for video, when we experience buffering, it's noticeable. For a lot of accessing web content that isn't as latency sensitive, there's probably not a major impact. But certainly with the prevalence of video streaming, gaming, and real-time applications, these things can make a significant difference in performance. It may not be a big cost issue from the consumer standpoint. It's really about the quality of the experience. But certainly the economics of these things matter as well. If a low-income user of broadband is being, in essence, asked to subsidize the cost of upgrading infrastructure to carry services like Netflix, but she doesn't subscribe to Netflix, there are economic and policy questions about whether, where those costs should be placed, whether they should be placed solely on the ISP customer or whether the cost causers responsible for that traffic ought to bear a portion. Those debates are embedded in the interconnection debate, and fortunately, I think we have a market-based system that has resolved those issues very effectively in most cases, but the quality of service certainly is impacted by all of these arrangements.
So I'm just going to do this oversimplified diagram for a second. I think the one thing we haven't talked about is, so we've been focusing on this ISP concept. You talked a bit about node splitting, Matt, and I know, Tom, you've also talked about this idea of getting those lines out to where the consumers are. Can you talk about how that's changing, if new developments in technology are changing that?
From an operator's perspective, we are trying to get the node closer to the subscriber.
And can you just say explain a node a little bit?
So a node for us is a point in the network where the energy converts from optical energy to RF energy and goes over to coaxial and then goes to the home. So beyond any node, you can serve a couple of hundred homes reasonably. But in rural networks, the distance from those nodes is a bigger issue than the number of people that serve the node and the ability to be able to amplify the signal beyond the node. So to offer a quality service experience, you've got to shorten the distance beyond the node and remove the number of amplifiers beyond the node. So that's the service operator side. That's where performance is a big issue, just managing and operating a good network and make sure that there's no local saturation at that node is really a day-to-day management issue. And it's not something that really involves the upstream provider so much.
I think one of the biggest developments in recent years is we talk about HFC networks for hybrid fiber coax. Fiber traditionally connected on that chart the ISP data center and the node, and coaxial cable ran from the node to the customer's home. One of the biggest developments is pushing fiber deeper and deeper into the network. As Tom talked about, moving nodes closer to homes. It means increasing the portion of the network that runs over fiber, which means big increases in capacity. So that's a high cost and certainly one of the most important developments in networks.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll move on. You want the, here we go.
All right, what I thought I would do today is talk a little bit about these technological developments and how they impact the market structure itself, how they impact economic relationships, how they impact investments, and finally, how they impact competition. That's going to be the first part of what I talk about, and then I'll go on to talk about what's happening in state governments. What are they doing with respect to broadband? Okay, so let's talk about the market, the network itself. I know a lot of this has been covered earlier in the day, so I won't focus on each one of them in detail, but you have your broadband providers, which are essentially your access providers and the backbone providers. You have your edge providers that are your content providers. You have your consumers, and I think it's important to sort of talk about the different kinds of consumers. You have your residential consumers, which is the focus of today's discussion, but you also have business consumers and community anchor institutions that are sort of separate from some of what we're talking about today. The one thing that I haven't mentioned here is what you call the content distribution networks, simply because it was harder to put them in this bucket. But content distribution networks are increasingly changing how commerce happens in this space. Content distribution networks are moving content closer to the consumers, and they're interesting because they sort of locate themselves based on two things. One is cost minimization, and the other is performance maximization. And the other thing that makes them unique is the fact that you can be a content distributed, you can sort of be in this business as a commercial service. You can host other people's content. You can be a private CDN and host just your own content. Or you can be a telco CDN or an ISP CDN and sort of offer up your services to others to host their content closer to the consumer. Now, that means the last mile is becoming more and more important, and competition in the last mile really matters. And here I would, again, bring into fact that competition sort of needs to be looked at with a technological lens, because wireline and wireless and fixed wireless, while they sort of could be complementary, they also bring different things to the table. Wireless brings mobility, which wireline probably doesn't. So they do bring different things in on the table. The other thing is they've all had different starting points, regulatory starting points. Telcos have had a different regulatory starting point as compared to the cable companies. So they've had different historical starting points. And the final point that I want to make is geography matters in this area. There's a huge difference between rural and urban markets in terms of the cost structure. So geography and the density of subscribers really do matter. So I wanted to simplify this a little bit and talk about pricing, consumer pricing. And the reason I've simplified this is basically to make the most important point. A lot happens within the platform itself. By platform, I mean your access provider or your the platform that's actually transporting the content between the client and the content server. But the point that I want to make here is when you're looking at consumer pricing, it's important to keep different things in mind. Consumer pricing does not just depend on consumer demand or consumers' price sensitivity or elasticity, but consumer pricing also depends on the content provider, how concentrated that market is. Are there dominant players in that market? And the type of fee that's levied, whether it's a flat fee or whether it's a usage-based fee or whether it's a combination of the two, really depends on both these factors. And one can't just look at consumer prices only with the lens of consumer demand or price elasticity. Now, moving on to the provider side of things, what tools do providers have when it comes to sort of earning their revenue? Providers can sort of use quality, quantity, and market segments to discriminate. The quality aspect is a little bit more complicated, but quantity and market segments are sort of easy. You see them use that pretty openly. You see usage-based pricing. You see bundles being served. You see family lines with wireless providers. Market segments in the same way are also used quite a bit, some of it in the form of specialized services. But then there is this other thing that's a tool for providers to use, which is product differentiation. And this is where it gets complicated because it's hard to do this without going into content delivery. And what you see here is a complicated relationship that ISPs have with content providers, because content providers have actually gone over the top and have built a direct relationship with their consumers and have provided services that otherwise some of these ISPs or say, for instance, telcos have provided. Telcos have had texting and international voice services and roaming, and those kinds of services that are now also being provided by these over-the-top players. This is sort of cutting into some of their revenue streams, and the over-the-top players do sort of cross-subsidize in the sense that they can provide these services at below cost because they have another revenue stream coming from advertising. So that's another thing that needs to be sort of kept in mind when it comes to the relationship between ISPs and content providers. Now, moving back to just ISPs, they also face other hurdles. For instance, I've talked about the density of subscribers, but they also face regulatory hurdles sometimes, right-of-way issues, where to locate their poles, attachment issues, competitive hurdles. So I just wanted to bring those in. You have to look at investments with all these things within the parameters that you're studying. Now, moving on to competition. Now, what does this mean for competition? One is competition between ISPs. Of course, you want to make sure there's competition between ISPs and there's no anti-competitive behavior. But the more complicated part are those vertical relationships with the over-the-top players going into providing services that ISPs have provided or telcos have provided or cable companies have provided. And this is not to say that access providers should sort of go into adjacent markets and cross-subsidize, but one does really need to look at what their value proposition is anymore. Is it sufficient for them to stick to their core business when they do face competition from over-the-top players? All this is well and good, but what does this mean to a consumer? So the bottom line still is that consumers need to focus both, consumers need choice, consumers need access to lower switching costs, but consumers don't quite understand their commercial terms. We've talked about this a little earlier. Consumers don't sort of understand speed. So when I worked at the state of Wisconsin's broadband office, we did a demand survey which basically said the consumers don't really, they know what they want in terms of applications, but they don't really quite understand what that means and how that correlates to commercial terms. So maybe moving away from speed testing and things like that and talking about commercial terms in terms of applications might make more sense. The final thing that I wanted to sort of quickly go into is what are state governments doing? Historically, state governments out of the Telecommunications Act of 1996, under Section 706, they were only supposed to sort of encourage and incentivize deployment of broadband technology. And they did this using subsidies, sort of doing mapping data collection, providing tax credits, loan programs, and so on. They used basically non-regulatory tools. Things sort of changed after the 2017 FCC ruling, where they sort of deployed 4 different strategies. One is they did nothing. The other is just they sued the FCC. Some states sort of decided that the FCC sort of sued the FCC because they thought the FCC had violated the notice and rule comment requirement of the rulemaking process. The third thing that they did is tied these things to state contracts and local grants. And finally, they had direct state-level laws. Now, the FCC did preempt states from doing this, and I know a lot of broadband providers also think states going into sort of their own state-level laws can be burdensome on the basis, and the primary premise is that they think internet is interstate, but with CDNs moving closer to consumers and a lot of traffic in a lot of areas not actually leaving the state or even local areas, there is sort of reason to re-examine this. I don't know what kind of jurisdiction states should have, but there is need to re-examine this a little bit. But the one thing that states should continue doing is sort of look into data collection and transparency. Passive testing and deployments are much easier to do at a state level, and rural deployments are also sort of easier to facilitate at state and local level.
Great. Thank you. So just a couple of things of what you said maybe everybody would like to chime in on. One of the things you talked about was ISPs and their core businesses changing. And I know Tom and Matt have experience in that, but I think everybody may have something to add in terms of what is it that you see and have seen in the last 10 years or so as the business is changing in terms of providing video or getting involved in other things to make the business model work.
The cost of content is pricing us out of the video business. It's become a loss leader for us, traditional linear video. And I think the consumer kind of sees linear video and over-the-top video as two kind of separate ecosystems. Nobody has really collapsed the user experience, search and discovery into one really great ecosystem.
Can you,
Yes, might argue that, but.
I was just say, can you just kind of spell out what you mean by over-the-top video versus?
App-driven Hulu, Netflix, So at any rate, I mean, we are losing about 6% of our video subs per year. That's pretty typical across independent telco. So our business model is changing, and at the same time, our broadband business continues to grow at about the same rate or a little bit slower. And of course, the margins on broadband are much better than the margins on video. So, the whole business model has flipped in, what is a relatively short period of time. And there's still a lot of small cable cos out there that are very, very dependent on video and relate to the game on broadband. But that's our story. We're also a local telephone company. You want to talk about a business that's tanked. Good old dial tone, the good old institution of the kitchen wall phone. We're not renting telephones anymore.
Anybody else? Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I mean, I was planning on mentioning this in my presentation. However, the increasing vertical integration between ISPs and content, ISPs and edge services obviously simply creates, more of the potential incentives to favor or discriminate in favor of your own services. I think AT&T is a pretty clear example now that in addition to being a wireless and a wireline ISP, it's also a major video streaming provider with its DirecTV Now platform. And in addition, it owns all the Time Warner content, which it has renamed, I think, Warner Media, including HBO. So I think you do have more disintegration up at different layers of the stack, and at each turn, there's a fear that there's going to be the incentive to discriminate in favor of your own content, discriminate in favor of your own programming on DirecTV Now. For example, AT&T just dropped Viacom programming and Discovery and added HBO to its bundle. But then also discrimination in favor of DirecTV Now over other video services on your AT&T broadband connection. You might say, well, if they're now a nationwide video provider, maybe they want access to other ISP customers too, which could balance it out. It just simply makes it, I think the analysis of the motives of these companies that are highly integrated, it's simply much more complex, to say the least.
Anybody else? No? Okay, and one more thing, I guess, related to that, when we're looking at competition and we're talking about, let's say, if it is possible to break it down to internet access providers. First of all, a question: can we break it down that way, or why shouldn't we? And if we do, can you talk a bit about the other players that you mentioned? You mentioned things that local government is doing to create alternatives for internet access.
So some models there is, of course, some local governments that go into municipal networks, but there is also the CAN model, or the community area network model, where the public sector would get into partnership often with the private sector to pool their resources and their infrastructure to sort of come up. This generally happens in high-cost areas or rural areas where it's harder to get service, but they will sort of pool their resources to find a solution to build out an infrastructure there. Now, it becomes problematic when they use public resources to maybe compete with someone, but this is sort of a model that a lot of rural areas have been sort of using to come up with a solution in those areas.
And is, for everybody, is, Matt, you've mentioned mobile being a good competitor for fixed internet access. Does everybody agree that they're on the same level, or do people have thoughts about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are basically in very idealized circumstances, you can get pretty high performance off of a mobile connection if it's not congested, if you've got a, maybe a clear line of sight and so on and so forth. And all that's great. And sort of I welcome more competitive choices for people, but it's really hard to say, that ounce for ounce, mobile will, be better than fiber, for connections to a home. I think if you have the choice of having fiber to the home, that's always going to be better. And in terms of market definition, instead of thinking in terms of abstract details of like, they both provide internet access and look, they kind of perform the same. I think a better way to do it is to just say, look, do people who can afford both buy both? And if they do, then it's really hard to say that they are directly substitutes for each other. They seem to play complementary roles. And I think we know from our experience that most people who can afford home broadband and mobile broadband do choose to buy both because they do perform different roles. They're priced differently. If that changes sometime in the future with some amazing new technology, wonderful, but I'm just looking at the reality today instead of looking at, the potential far out sci-fi future of competition. And right now, I would not say that they are directly competitive.
Just a couple points. I mean, I think it's important to realize it's not all or nothing. So competition is different for different consumer segments. And for many people, particularly value-conscious consumers, mobile can be a complete or partial substitute. And that's especially true because there is multi-homing. And so even if I do have both a fixed broadband connection and a mobile phone, I can use them differently to access different services. And that is a form of competition, even if I haven't given up my home connection. So that degree of partial substitution is important economically. It has pricing effects. And I think as we look forward, while I agree with John that today, for me at home, and I have 3 children, I don't want just a mobile phone connection providing all my broadband needs at home. 5G in the future is going to create a very different competitive dynamic. The speeds that are being projected, are dramatically higher than we receive today on our typical cell phone plan. So the competitive implications of 5G are quite profound on top of what is already a lot of substitution for some consumer segments in the marketplace.
So one last question before we go to John's presentation. I know, Casey, you and Thithi have worked at trying to capture the internet ecosystem in terms of who the players are and so forth. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges of that, why there's not one set way of looking at all of this?
Oh, me? Okay. I'll hit this now. It's just an incredibly heterogeneous ecosystem. And one of the things that came up we have a workshop every year on internet economics where we try to bring together technologists and people who think about these higher layer stuff. We have a report on that. You can go read it. But one of the outcomes from this year's workshop was the primary development in markets, maybe called technological market development, is the increase in private network. Nick talked about this in his talk too, meaning networks links you probably wouldn't consider on the public internet, like an enterprise, a company connecting to the cloud, Amazon Web Services. They're more likely to want some private connection to that cloud to have very high reliability and availability. This is probably the fastest growing market segment, although we don't have visibility into that market segment, so we don't know how fast it's growing. But that's an increasing part, and this is also true for international. So it used to be that telecom consortiums would lay cable undersea across oceans to other continents. I don't think that's happening anymore. My understanding is that who is laying cable now is consortiums of content providers. Google and Facebook are laying those cables. So and remember the platform diagram I mentioned earlier, they're at the content layer up at the top, but this takes them all the way down to the physical layer, integration of their services. So I think that's just an example of what is making this harder and harder. And mobile is characteristically more difficult to measure. It's a more opaque ecosystem than even the wired internet. So you can't easily do a trace route, for example, across a mobile path.
Okay, thank you. John, do you want to give your presentation?
Would love to. Okay, so in my short time, I want to highlight first one important difference between sector-specific regulators and general-purpose agencies like the FTC before moving on to the net neutrality issues as they relate to market structure. And finally, mention a few issues where consumers by themselves are not equipped to figure out why their internet experience is not satisfactory. So the first one is, this is a sort of boilerplate citation that the FCC has in merger reviews. In order to find that a merger is in the public interest, the Commission must be convinced that it will enhance competition. And I want to focus on the word enhance because that is the important distinction that I want to draw between a regulator like the FCC or the Department of Transportation and the FTC, which is more around preserving competition. The DOT is a good example to take us out of broadband land for an instance, for a second, so we can see how similar it is. So the Department of Transportation enforces pure competition principles and is directed by Congress to avoid unreasonable industry concentration, excessive market dominance, monopoly powers, and other conditions that would tend to allow at least one air carrier unreasonably to increase prices, reduce service, or exclude competition in air transportation. And it has a mandate to foster and encourage legitimate competition and to encourage entry into air transportation markets by new and existing air carriers and the continued strengthening of small air carriers to ensure a more effective and competitive airline industry. So that goes well beyond simply enforcing antitrust law, I think. This is effectively a sort of a form of like industrial policy. And that is how a lot of sector-specific regulators look at industries. They're not just saying, okay, I'm going to stop this or that anti-competitive action, but I'm actually going to set rules of the road that increase competition beyond what it would be naturally. So, you might question what the role is of the FTC, with that framework, because in general, it seems if the FTC simply enforces competition and consumer protection law, ensures that broadband providers live up to their promises to respect the open internet, I think there would be competition-enhancing effects and all these sort of secondary effects. But while sector-specific regulatory agencies can direct companies to behave in certain ways, I think the FTC's powers are a lot more constrained. With that, I certainly support the FTC using the full extent of its powers as they are. I'm just pointing out that it is simply not the same as sector-specific regulation. Now, as to net neutrality issues specifically, our basic worry is that broadband providers stand as gatekeepers between customers and online services and content. So what are the sources of this gatekeeper power? So first, I think it's important to distinguish between gatekeeper power and the typical problems associated with monopolies. Those are, namely, monopolies are just low competition, which are reduced output, lower quality, higher prices. Those are important issues too. Of course, in broadband, they are, maybe a lack of build-out or slow speeds, bad customer service, low data caps, but I think they can be analytically distinguished from the open internet issues per se. So the main sources of gatekeeper power are, first, customers typically do lack choice in home broadband. According to the FCC's 2018 Internet Access Service Report, 13% of developed census blocks do not have access to broadband at 20 megabits down. 56% of census blocks, according to that report, can get those speeds from 2 ISPs, but 44% can only get them from just one. So it's not like everyone is in the worst case scenario, but it's hardly a competitive utopia. Even where they do have choice, like in mobile, switching costs are often pretty high, and in any event, carriers often act in similar ways due to concentration. For an edge service, there's no way to reach a customer but through their ISP. That's a really obvious point, but it bears just sort of emphasizing. It doesn't matter how many routes there are to an ISP's network. There's only one way to reach its customers. Vertical integration, we mentioned that. I think that's an increasing threat, and it creates incentives for discrimination. And due to consolidation, many ISPs have so many millions of customers that this provides them with significant leverage over edge services. I understand it doesn't apply to the small ISPs. I'm singling out that here. In short, the largest ISPs have significant monopsony market power, and this issue was explored most in depth in the various recent cable merger proceedings. And it's also why once upon a time we had caps on how big any one cable provider was allowed to get on the video programming side for similar reasons. The kinds of issues we're concerned with are, broadly speaking, anything that an ISP does that interferes with the job customers hire ISPs to do, which is to provide them access to whatever internet services they want to access. That means, of course, blocking content, throttling content, paid prioritization, which we think is inherently discriminatory, and all of those services become more pressing in the face of vertical integration. It is important to note that throttling and prioritization are basically two sides of the same coin. Even building new capacity with the intention just to sell access to this new capacity is still basically throttling all of the services which are not in that new fast lane, relative to the baseline. At the same time, network management and non-paid prioritization, are still allowed. And I think there's always going to be a lot of complicated edge cases. I think this discussion gets wrapped up in, what about this scenario? What happens when there's some form of network management, which is technically throttling, but it's imperceptible to the user? And, those are the kinds of issues that we'll resolve if we ever get and keep a legal regime in place long enough for an enforcer to build up a body of precedent, which unfortunately we simply have not had. I think those edge cases, require a lot of thought, but right now we're still working on the basics. Net neutrality does not mean that ISPs are required to spend unlimited money arranging interconnection with just any old edge service that comes along. Who actually pays for interconnection? I don't really care. I just don't want ISPs charging for access to their customers. There's a difference, and I just want to be very clear that I think that the so-called eyeball network should operate according to different standards than other players in the internet. And just because they have economic leverage doesn't mean I want them to be able to use it in every instance. The edge providers that are delivering large amounts of traffic to ISPs are simply delivering the traffic that customers have asked for. That is the job of the access networks, is to provide access. It does not mean that CDNs or peering arrangements aren't allowed, and obviously customers should continue to have control over their own internet connections. In an earlier panel, Josh mentioned the Verizon thing. I'm pointing to Josh now. And that was where during an interconnection dispute, customers called up and they said, hey, Verizon, what's going on? I can't, Netflix isn't working. And the customer service representative told them, well, you need to buy a faster connection. You need a faster plan. That'll make Netflix work. I think everyone here knows that that isn't true. And that is an instance where how are customers supposed to know exactly what to do? And the other instance, which I'll briefly mention, is the New York Attorney General in its lawsuit against Charter over actions that happened in Time Warner days about internet speed. One of the claims is just about like the Wi-Fi routers were not able to meet the same speed level that the broadband connection itself had, and they knowingly sold those routers to customers without really informing them. And that's just another issue. You might think, well, that has nothing to do with the network. That's just consumer premises equipment. That has nothing to do with the quality of broadband. But I think it shows where it's like, yeah, but from the perspective of the customer, who cares? You sold me a speed, and with the equipment that you provided, I can't get that speed. The state of New York was able to take action against that, and it just really shows it's like, how are ordinary non-technical consumers supposed to navigate this? It's as if they need some kind of expert agency to investigate these claims. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Well, there's a lot to explore there. I don't know if anybody wants to take on any one thing at first. Go ahead.
Sure. I think one high-level reaction is, John's presentation identifies a lot of potential harms and a lot of conduct that could occur. And I think, an important consideration from my perspective and the industry I've represented is that the FTC had it right in the 2007 report when it said in a dynamic environment, we have to be really careful about regulating in a heavy-handed way based on potential harms that don't actually come to fruition, because regulations have significant costs and they can distort the marketplace, they can deter investment, and they can chill innovation. So we have to be mindful that regulation is not a neutral action. It affects the marketplace profoundly, and it's important in this dynamic marketplace to continue to apply a light touch. And so, sure, I think, if blocking occurred, if throttling occurred, if anti-competitive prioritization occurred, those would be significant harms. But importantly, we have an industry in the broadband industry that's publicly pledged not to engage in those behaviors, that supports legislation that would codify bright line rules, where the industry's been in dispute over any of these rules. It's really just open-ended rules something known as the Internet Conduct Standard and the part of the Communications Act known as Title II, because where there's an open-ended regime that can mean just about anything that a regulator dreams up without real notice of what's prohibited and what's not, that's where you get those chilling effects, where regulation has its heaviest costs. So I think a light touch regime that codifies protections against the types of harms that John is alluding to, that I don't think will happen anyway, but the industry's happy to sign on to, and those are the right kinds of protections for consumers in a balanced way that allows the industry to continue investing and innovating.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always interesting that rules which tell an ISP that they're not allowed to do something that the ISP also says that they don't want to do. I mean, look, if we're talking about rules that, create reporting requirements or something, it's like, sure, we can talk about the costs there. But if there's a rule which says no paid prioritization, no blocking, and it's pretty clear, and also the ISP says they don't want to do that anyway, it's really hard to see what costs there are. I see, well, people are going to make complaints and say that we really are blocking or we are throttling, but then it's like, well, what if you are? I mean, that's, so I think basically I'm not going to say that there are zero costs to regulation, but I think in this case, they're worth it, essentially.
Okay. Well, let's dive into some of those concepts that you talked about. First of all, blocking, and then maybe throttling or degradation. I mean, there's a certain amount that has to be done to manage a network, right? I mean, you're keeping out malicious content. Can you talk about, is there consensus on what counts as blocking in this space?
From a network management perspective, I guess the easiest thing to identify when it comes to just basic network management practices for blocking is any type of malicious attack, DNS attacks, things like that. They're typically going to come from a source, but that's a responsive type of network reaction on day-to-day network performance. And most operators can buy a piece of equipment that sits in your network that constantly monitors for that type of malicious activity. There's a big difference between that and targeting a source and putting rules around that source content that would degrade the performance of that source. And I think that's what Jonathan's talking about, operators, taking that type of practice. We just have a lot more to do to run our networks than to worry about doing something like that. It just doesn't cross our minds, but I'm not foolish enough to think that some operators and some businesses wouldn't think that way. It's not the type of business that we run, and I certainly wouldn't support anybody that does run their business that way, but I can see the circumstances that might exist where that would cross somebody's mind.
I think we've had consensus for a number of years around this concept of a no blocking rule, and I think, as Tom says, there needs to be room for network management. We need to be able to block malware and such, and I think just about every stakeholder in this debate recognizes that. And at the same time, I think all ISPs recognize that blocking for anti-competitive reasons is prohibited and should be prohibited. If a ISP wanted to do a deal and somebody wanted to get to Hulu and they wanted to steer them to a different service provider for anti-competitive reasons, that absolutely shouldn't be permitted conduct. But it's not something that occurs in the marketplace. It's not something that consumers would tolerate. It's not something that any set of policymakers would tolerate, and that's why there's a consensus against it. And I think we have one example in the history of ISPs. A tiny little company called Madison River blocked ports that were used for VoIP so that it could preserve its incumbent telephone service. And I think, for decades now, we've had a policy consensus that kind of anti-competitive conduct should never be allowed.
So, ISP blocking, as it's being legally mandated in a lot of nations around the world for various reasons against sites. So I think on a global perspective, blocking is something that happens. I would just sort of caution, I don't say no blocking for anti-competitive reasons. I'm just saying no blocking because I also don't think there should be blocking for editorial reasons or aesthetic reasons or for really any reason. And I also don't want to open up arguments about whether or not a particular instance of blocking is or is not anti-competitive. I believe that sometimes we just have certain categories of behavior that we just say, you just don't get to do this, and you also don't get to argue that you're in the 10% of cases where it's actually okay. It's much simpler and cleaner and much more enforceable to have a bright line rule that says simply no blocking.
So let me ask, there's a debate about when something counts as throttling. There may be many reasons that traffic is congested and whether a consumer is going to recognize that there is some sort of slowdown happening or that they're having some sort of interference going on is a complicated question. So how are we supposed to figure this out?
I'll actually say something which is like on the side of the ISPs here. It's like a lot of times when people are encountering slowdowns, they might just think, I hate my cable company, I hate paying that bill, right? It must be their fault, and actually it's not. It could be that the edge service itself is having an outage or a slowdown or just something somewhere in the network that the ISP simply has no control over. My point is not that, ISPs are always the ones who need to just sort of bear the brunt of the responsibility to somehow magically fix things. It's that customers are simply not in the position to know either, which is why, in general, we've supported the notion of having, expert public agencies that can investigate these issues and find out what's going on, because at the end of the day, what matters is making things better for consumers, not necessarily, whose fault it is.
Right. So let's just jump into that for a second, and maybe Casey or Tithi, you have a thought on this also. But let's say there is some. We've talked this morning about problems measuring speed. Let's say there is some problem that consumers are having. They call up Tom and they say, "I'm not getting a certain content." Are there particular steps that the consumer would take or that an outside expert would take to figure this out?
Most consumers, as everybody knows, are on some type of Wi-Fi network in their home. And when it comes to cable cos usually provide that wireless equipment for them. And everyone probably recognizes that over time, this equipment that cable cos are putting in the consumer home just continues to get better and better and better. So today's Wi-Fi routers, the ones that we deploy, have multiple in and multiple out transmit and receive radios embedded in the hardware. So multiple devices within the home can connect simultaneously and experience the same type of performance. But there are always going to be circumstances inside the home where the RF is going to be disrupted for some reason, whether it's somebody making a bag of microwave popcorn or if somebody took their laptop to the other side of the refrigerator and performance is affected. And the vast majority of customers just don't understand that. I mean, that same person that took their MacBook to the other side of the refrigerator will call from that spot and complain about their speed. Well, I don't know that they're on the other side of the refrigerator. So these types of internal Wi-Fi network performance is a growing challenge for all ISPs. But the good news is that CPE and wireless equipment is becoming increasingly better performing equipment over time. We're coming up to this kind of speed threshold that's a real issue for service providers because gigabit is becoming a widely deployed speed. It's a value speed. There's a lot of providers that are selling gigabit for way under $100. But there are very few pieces of hardware inside the home that can even operate at that speed. That's the limit on their card. So we are starting to get phone calls saying, you know what, I'm only getting 910 mega, 0.91. That's because your machine can't process anything faster than a gigabit. So we're starting to reach some thresholds where the speed is outperforming the equipment in the home, and that's creating perceived performance problems with the customer.
I think there are a number of things that could help the consumer. I mean, as a starting point, the FCC's transparency rule speaks to this, and ISPs are required to post public descriptions of the performance of their network. ISPs describe the limitations of Wi-Fi and the factors that can affect Wi-Fi performance. It's helpful to understand that an old PC can affect the performance of your internet service, or an older browser by the same token. It may have nothing to do with the physical last mile connection. And I appreciate John's recognizing problems can occur on lots of networks. And Casey mentioned the heterogeneous nature of the internet, where you have transit providers and CDNs and edge providers with their own server farms. And there are a lot of points of failure where an issue can intermittently arise. If there's a sustained problem and somebody suspects there's some sort of throttling or blocking or problematic conduct going on, there are more sophisticated tools out there that can trace packets and diagnose problems. Those are obviously not for the individual consumers, but it probably bears mentioning that the ISP industry is maybe the most scrutinized industry in the country. There are plenty of observers outside of government, interest groups, consumer advocacy groups that watch everything, that monitor every disclosure. So I think if there really were a problem occurring and it was of the ISPs making, And there are a lot of interested players and academics and others who would certainly use the available diagnostic tools to identify any such problem.
Instagram had outages last week in certain parts of the country. It affected us, and we got hammered with phone calls. I don't think Instagram took a single call.
Okay, well, we don't have that much time left. If we can, if everybody wants to give a minute or so of what they think that the FTC should take out of this discussion when we're looking at these markets that are very complex, that would be really helpful. Can we start?
I think the most important thing, and one that's consistent with the Section 5 framework, is to intervene only when necessary based on demonstrable harm to consumers. And the Section 5 standard builds into the definition of an unfairness conduct that has a significant impact, adverse impact on consumers. And I think that's an appropriate standard for the internet economy because we've got a lot of players. We've got a very diverse and dynamic ecosystem. And the mere fact that one can hypothesize harmful conduct doesn't mean it will ever come to fruition. And again, intervening prematurely or in an overly heavy-handed way imposes real costs. So a flexible Section 5 approach that intervenes when necessary to protect consumers from demonstrable harm is an optimal approach for this marketplace.
As a rural provider, I think one of the things that I would push for is continue removal of barriers to the growth of broadband, terrestrial broadband in rural markets. Especially when it comes to co-location on poles. Sounds like a really small issue, but it's not. Cooperatives and munis have different rules than the big power companies do, and we are paying a fraction to co-locate on a Dominion company pole or an American Electric pole than we are paying to co-locate on a rural cooperative pole. And that is a true barrier to entry because it's a real cost. And at the same time, these munis and cooperatives are now competing with us with a fiber to the home product that they are attaching on those same poles. So there's some issues there that probably need to be addressed and resolved to help with competition and growth in rural broadband.
So I would say pay attention to the fact that CDNs and content providers are changing commerce in this landscape as well. And having worked in a public agency that often could go to an ISP when there was a complaint, a lot of the FTC is probably a little different, but a lot of public utilities commissions and others don't have that relationship with the content providers. So the FTC might be a little different and could play that bridge.
Yeah, my one recommendation I usually have is, don't focus so much on the specific methods by which discrimination might happen because those can change over time. They could happen on the network, at interconnection, or even just through billing practices. And I think the focus should always just be on the effects on the consumer and not on the specific technical mechanism by which it's happening. And I think in terms of some of the statutory tools that the FTC has to work with are a little bit more narrow. So, for example, unfair acts or practices. It's I think it's focused more on like economic harm, has to be legally cognizable, unavoidable, no countervailing benefit, and I think things like that are really not really necessarily the appropriate way to think of some of the things that traditional communication regulation looks at, like freedom of expression and diversity of content and things like that. And trying to frame all of that in an economic lens, I think, can be extremely difficult. But maybe, taking that into account when you are trying to enforce ISP promises about protecting the open internet, recognizing that those promises include those non-economic benefits, at least could be, potentially a way, to get closer to what I think would be the ideal.
I think I'm the token technologist on this panel, so I should probably say something about technology. So I talked a lot about platforms this morning, and I want to bring this back to the notion of platforms a little bit. It's not the first time that we've talked about platforms, even in the space of consumer protection. And I think the last time FTC had an antitrust issue in IT space, it was a platform. It was like Microsoft and the browser or something. So that was really a software platform on a software platform. So these are not new issues. I don't mean to claim they are. But I think what's new here, and I need to credit Chris Riley from Mozilla, who submitted a fantastic comment to this whole hearing thing, so go look up at that comment if you only look up one today, who really identified the unique feature of the current ecosystem, is the fact that you're talking about layers of software services, platforms that are basically software services. And so businesses can make decisions that they then implement in technology to tie together, to interconnect their software services in ways that may make it easier or harder for competition to flourish. And for the first 2 decades, there was a normative approach in the internet community, in the standards development community, that interoperability was key. In fact, you couldn't become an internet standard until you had 2 interoperable implementations. So that was really a primary sort of cultural force in the ecosystem. That's not so much true today. And so we have huge companies that offer platform-layered software services all the way up and down the stack, which isn't necessarily bad if they can promote vertical and horizontal competition. But that's going to require interfaces that allow interoperability. And right now, that's not a requirement, and that's not something that I think the FTC is thinking about, and that really needs people who understand the software and the technology. So I think that's a big challenge, and again, Chris said this better than I could, but if FTC is going to focus on one thing that has technology in it, I think that would be it. And it's not easy because you could talk about, I mean, people talk about data interoperability all the time now. Oh, I want to be able to take my Facebook profile to some other network, but what does it actually mean? So I think really doing this properly, and it goes into the nutrition label space too, because really for a nutrition label to work, and I'm not opposed to it, I think it's a good idea, somebody should invest some resources in that, but I think you're going to need technology underneath. That thing cannot just be a piece of paper and negotiated in ASCII. That thing has to be, the network can transmit something to me in technology about how their network is configured right now, because networks change all the time. They have to change to stay alive. So I think you need a channel between the network operator and the consumer, and that channel could be useful to the network operator if done right, if we standardize on what sorts of things can go across such a channel. And again, technologists have been talking about this for some time. One of Dave's colleagues that co-authored the papers with him has been talking about this for a while. But you need companies to come together to talk about it. You need government probably to help nudge a little bit and say, here are the things we think are important for consumers. And I think everybody could win. But again, it's software. It's software that's embedded in layered platforms, and it requires technologist understanding. So
thank you. Thank to all the members of this panel, and I think we're going right into the next one. Nope, we have a break. 15-minute break. Thank you.
I can tell that you're a technologist because you're running.
A couple of minutes, if I could ask everyone to begin to take their seats, please.
No, it'll be
Patio or like,
talk to about.
if the OTARD rules only like apply if you
These are on.
like on in your apartment.
You can't turn them.
Talk to people about Starry. I just came to DC recently and got a bunch of friends in MTU. So what do you think the public gets that? I'm like,
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for joining our third panel of the day, looking at evolving markets and technological developments, specifically focused on policy applications. We will begin the panel with presentations from our esteemed panelists. All of their bios are in your papers. And this panel is a bit of a bridge between the panel that Ruth just conducted and the more antitrust-focused panel that we will have following this one. We are going to be looking at how the FTC can best identify market behavior, what we should be thinking about in terms of technological expertise, how we can use our statutory authority, our advocacy tools, and what considerations the FTC should be thinking about when we look at promoting innovation in this space, because obviously two of our main goals as an agency are promoting innovation and protecting consumers. So with that, we will go in order. Christopher Yu, Gigi Sohn, Baron Zoka, Mitch Stoltz, Tom Struble, and Tejas Naranchania. I'm very pleased that you're all here to join us, and I am looking forward to the discussion today. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. It occurred to me when I was looking at that one of our mandates is to update the Commission on what's happened since 2007. And having looked at the number of people talking today, I realized that the only two people who testified both in 2007 and today are Gigi and me. And so I think
We're old.
Yeah, we're old, and puts us in a uniquely good position. And I'm actually going to brag because, in addition, Gigi is a graduate of my law school, and of which alumna of whom we are very proud. So the other thing I really appreciated was Alden's opening talking about evidence-based enforcement-oriented perspectives, because really what we think about evidence-based is that I think the takeaway from the talks that were given earlier by Casey and by Nick is that much of these practices are ambiguous. There are parts for them which can be harmful to consumers, there are parts that can be beneficial to consumers, and when we stay at the theoretical level, you just are positing harms. And what we really need to do is to actually get to the next level the way the Commission has done in other areas of the law, and I will talk about that. But I think that we need to be getting that kind of evidence base to make better decisions than we have. So I would actually like to organize my remarks quickly around 5 changes since 2007, and then to try to analyze them a little bit through the lens of one specific example, which is Comcast Netflix. The good news is, thanks to both Nick and Casey, the first of these we're going to go very, very quickly. First big change since 2007 is the growth of video. As Nick pointed out very nicely, according to the Sandvine Global Internet Phenomena, which they're no longer publishing, so we stop at 2016, real-time entertainment went from 29% of primetime of peak traffic to 65% from 2009 to 2016. This isn't a big surprise to any of us. That's been a big change. The second is the growing importance of wireless broadband, really triggered by the smartphone revolution launched by the iPhone in 2007. Explosive growth in an area where you can't just add more capacity automatically because of the constraints of spectrum, and we're getting better at using it. But the other thing is we've known since the 2010 order, where we made an explicit exception for wireless broadband, and even the 2015 Open Internet Order by the FCC, where they brought the wireless characteristics into the reasonable network management calculus, that wireless is quite different. And one of the most striking things to me is if you go to the engineering literature on wireless, they talk about cross-layer design, which is there's something about wireless that makes us break up the usual architecture that we've had and how we've modularized things before in ways that are putting enormous pressure on the way we organize the industry. The other three things that I think are very striking, one is an obvious one to anyone who's watching, is the increase in vertical integration. We've seen, obviously, the Comcast-NBC Universal merger, the AT&T-Time Warner merger, but we see things like Google Fiber, where we see Google actually building last-mile networks. But something that's flying under the radar is that Google, Facebook, and Microsoft are the largest constructors of undersea cables in the world right now. They're actually creating long-haul networks and bypassing the public backbone and actually selling service on their excess capacity, which is a pretty radical change. And what I really find quite striking about the framing of vertical integration is it actually frames up these issues in a way that I think is helpful, that the Commission really understands, which is the last 50 years of vertical integration theory, we've gone from per se illegality for almost many vertical restraints to one of the rule of reason. The reason for that is quite simple, is that we see an ambiguous practice that can go either way, and that in fact we need to understand that there's benefits to this. And we have two great studies authored by FTC then staff or future staff, one by James Cooper and Luke Frobe on vertical restraints, and two excellent articles written by Francine Lafontaine, who became later chief economist during the Obama administration, which assessed the empirical literature, and we're very surprised to find that in the overwhelming number of cases, vertical integration was either neutral or benefited consumers. Really putting the underscore in the peer-reviewed literature, which is still our best test for understanding that you have practices that have potentially both effects, and the hard challenge is untangling which of those effects dominates in an enforcement case. And what we're seeing now is we see technological aspects which are combined with the vertical economic aspects, and I'm always reminded of the technological tying cases where courts just punt. Once you have a plausible technical claim, they don't assess it. It reminds me of the way economics was 30 years ago, and now we see that expertise being internalized by enforcement officials, by judges, and that in fact we need to bring the same sort of expertise we've brought now to economic analysis to the technical analysis, so we don't just punt and let that go. The two other big changes are going to go much faster too, because they were highlighted nicely by Casey and Nick. One is really the growing diversity of the network structure, the change of the topology, so it's no longer tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 backbones, regional ISPs, and last mile providers. But really they're talking about the advent of content distribution networks, about third-party data centers, first-party proprietary CDNs and data centers, and also the alternative peering and transit relationships. And what it really underscores is when you think about an economic actor, they often look at it at the last minute where the dispute arises. What you really need to do is back it up to the full range of options available to them to begin with. And we'll talk about that briefly in the Comcast-Netflix example. And then lastly, the really striking thing that they mentioned briefly, but I really want to highlight, is the nature of networks' ability, how we need to analyze them as systems. Is that if you have a choke point in one part of the network, it is not a given that that's going to create a problem, because networks have the ability to route around things. And you can't really understand it until you analyze the entire system as a whole and how they work their way through it. And so just because you squeeze the balloon doesn't mean it gets smaller. It will pop out on the other end. And what we see is that being a very difficult problem. So to talk about this concretely in the Comcast-Netflix situation, what we see is, in fact, the Comcast, there were 50 additional 80 peering net partners between that link and 8,000 transit network relationships. So the market power that served as a limit price, and this is we've known for about 10, 20 years, it doesn't mean that they can absolutely exercise it. But in addition, Netflix is deploying an Open Connect CDN itself on a proprietary basis, which it has the right to self-provision and avoid some of these problems. And then we see that the final solution that they ended up with is they connected through a third-party data center through Equinix. And they originally had a different transit provider before which they switched it. And if we really want to understand what the position is between the two, you have to take into account the full range of options available to each. And then Nick pointed out very nicely is that part of the playbook is that, in fact, and David Clark and his team had found this because they were studying the links. Netflix was actually able to act strategic as well to move around traffic to make links look congested. And so when we think about this, it's not simply that there's one strategic actor. In fact, there are multiple strategic actors and opportunities, and we really need to think about this in a very holistic way if we're going to understand the way it works, and understanding that, in fact, disputes are normal, there's normal bargaining, deadlocks, and to try to interpret this through a more sophisticated lens.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Christopher. Gigi.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Suzanne, for inviting me to speak today. I really welcome this exploration of how the FTC can protect consumers and competition in the broadband market, specifically as it pertains to discriminatory network management practices. First, I want to associate myself with pretty much everything my former colleague John Bergmeyer said, and this is not going to surprise anybody that I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I want to make absolutely clear that I believe that the Federal Communications Commission should have the primary, although not the exclusive, role overseeing the broadband market. So the FCC, for 85 years, was tasked by Congress with ensuring access to the country's networks. And it really defies belief that it now no longer has that role. And that oversight includes, among other things, ensuring that all Americans have access to communications networks. And it also includes protecting consumers and promoting competition. And taking ex-ante action to promote competition is something that the FTC doesn't have the power to do under its statutory authority. And despite Matt Brill's excellent presentation to put a very good spin on very poor numbers, that kind of ex-ante action is sorely needed today. So let me put my spin on those numbers. So according to the most recent data from the FCC's 2018 Communications Market Report, which I have a lot of disagreements with, but I'll still quote from those numbers. 42% of Americans have a choice of only 2 fixed broadband providers, while 24% have a choice of 1, and 6% have no access to fixed broadband at all. Now, you have to understand that this grossly overstates the number of people that have access to broadband, because for the FCC's purposes, if one customer in a census block has access, then all have access, so it grossly overstates it. You know, if we had the kind of competitive market in broadband like we had in the dial-up era, where the average American had 13 ISPs per consumer, we might be having a very different conversation today. I also want to mention 2 other things, one other thing actually that that wasn't mentioned in the last panel, and that is there was some discussion about how communities build their own broadband systems, but 19 states in the United States have laws that prohibit communities from either building their own broadband networks or expanding the networks they already have. So that's a significant anti-competitive situation there. All that being said, I think the FTC should play a role in protecting consumers and competition in the broadband market. You know, when an industry is as vital to our economy and to our society as the broadband industry, it's prudent to have more than one regulator. And in fact, if legislative action was needed to provide that authority, I'd be all for it. I would support that. But let me go back to the 3 questions that the staff have asked us to address. The first is, how can the FTC identify discriminatory network management practices? Second, how can the FTC use its current statutory authority to protect consumers and competition in the broadband market? And third, what should the FTC be thinking about in terms of market development and innovation? So let me first discuss how the FTC can identify discriminatory network management practices, and I'm going to guess, unfortunately I couldn't come here till after lunch, that I'll be repeating some of the things that were said earlier today. There are existing organizations that measure network performance. Measurement Lab is the most prominent among them. It's a consortium of researchers, public interest groups, and industry players that collect data and analyze data on network performance, and they make that data available to consumer groups, policymakers, and researchers. As I'm sure you've probably heard, the Open Technology Institute used Measurement Lab data to determine the cause of Netflix throttling in 2014, and we can argue later about, what the actual cause was. But the measurement lab played a huge role in that. The second thing the FTC can do is accept and investigate complaints from consumers and public interest organizations with regard to discriminatory network practices. But the problem is it needs its own cadre of technologists who are experts on how networks work so that they can determine whether those complaints have merit. I noticed just by looking at the internet the other day that the office of the chief technologist is currently vacant. And I was told by a former chief technologist that when he was there, that office had no more than between 5 and 10 technologists. And I mean, look, the FTC needs technologists for more than just determining network management practices. It's involved, needless to say, in a number of other highly technical issues, enforcement matters. So getting up to speed, 5 to 10 technologists is not going to cut it for an agency that has the kind of breadth that the FTC has. There's a renewed interest, and this is an issue that I've been working with some folks in Tom's group and other groups on. There's an interest in reviving the Office of Technology Assessment, which was an office that, a small but hardy office, which advised Congress on technological issues. And in 1995, in the rush to make government smaller, Speaker Gingrich got rid of that office, which was only a $40 million office. And I think every agency that has to deal with any kind of issues that affect technology, either policy affecting technology or technology affecting policy, needs to have its own Office of Technology Assessment. Finally, I'd like to see the revivification of something called the Broadband Internet Technology Advisory Group. I'm stealing this idea from Barron, although I was on the board of BTAG. It played a really important role in examining network management practices and advised the FCC, and it's pretty much been dormant for the last 2 years, and I think it needs to get up to speed again. All right, I only have 1 more minute, and I have got a lot more than a minute, so let me just very quickly summarize the rest of what I want to say, and then I'll take questions. On the FTC's authority to address discriminatory network management practices, I'll agree again with John Bergmeyer that I think the FTC does have some tools, unfair and deceptive practices, unfair methods of competition, but they're both limited. Let me just focus on the second one in particular, unfair methods of competition, to say that current FTC Commissioner Chopra has said that the FTC has largely neglected this tool. And that's something that I heard former Republican Commissioner Bill Kovacic say similarly in Silicon Flatirons 2 years ago. So it's a tool, and it may be good for dealing with blocking and throttling, but perhaps not so good when it comes to paid prioritization and zero rating. And I would, if this has not already been submitted for the record of these hearings, I would point the FTC to my friend Hal Singer's article, Paid Prioritization and Zero Rating, Why Antitrust Cannot Reach the Part of Net Neutrality Everyone is Concerned About. I think that's really, really important analysis of why antitrust laws fall short when it comes to pretty much the 2 issues that are most debated when it comes to net neutrality. So on the last question, what should the FTC be thinking about in terms of market development and innovation? Very quickly, you've heard on various panels, and even my friend Chris Yu agrees, the increase in vertical integration gives increased incentive and ability for broadband providers to discriminate, so that needs to be looked at. And it doesn't necessarily have to mean an AT&T buying a Time Warner. It could be a Google or an Amazon buying an infrastructure provider, so it goes both ways. Second, new practices that don't obviously violate the bright line rules. I think the ISPs have done a brilliant job of using zero rating to get around paid prioritization prohibitions. I think it's the same darn thing. But you got to look out for those practices, and that's why, even if it's not the general conduct standard we adopted in 2015, there needs to be some sort of non-discrimination, general non-discrimination standard that gets at activities that don't fall within the bright line rules. And finally, the FTC should be wary of claims that new network technologies like 5G or the diversity of network structures are incompatible with net neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. And next, Barron.
Thanks to the commissioners and the staff for having me today. For all the debate about antitrust law and competition, I believe it's actually the FTC's Consumer Protection Authority that will be the agency's primary tool in policing net neutrality concerns. And indeed, it already has been. The agency has already settled 2 cases for deceptively throttling access against AT&T and TracFone. And I want to remind everyone as I start here that deception claims don't depend on competition levels, and they don't require a showing of harm. It's enough to show that consumers didn't get what they were promised. So let's start with the 2007 Broadband Report, which I quote, "Some have argued that if a broadband provider intends to prohibit its customers from using their broadband connections to access specific content or applications such as VoIP calls or streaming video, the provider should disclose those limitations clearly and conspicuously before a transaction is completed." Wow. Allow blocking so long as it's disclosed? Which right-wing hater of the internet said that in 2007? Was it Christopher? Was it me? Oh, no, it was my friend Gigi. And the FTC also cited none other than Tim Wu. Now, perhaps that was the bare minimum of what Gigi was willing to accept. But it's since turned out that that was also the maximum of what the Federal Communications Commission could require all along. After Alamo Broadband challenged the 2015 Open Internet Order, the 3-judge panel dismissed Alamo's First Amendment arguments. Then Judge Kavanaugh invoked those arguments in arguing for en banc rehearing. The 2 judges who ruled against the FCC on the panel, Srinivasan and Tatel, explained that the First Amendment was not triggered by the FCC's rules because, quote, as the order explains, broadband ISPs that are subject to the rule, quote, sell retail customers the ability to go anywhere lawful on the internet. They represent that they will transport and deliver traffic to and from all or substantially all internet endpoints without alteration, blocking, or editorial intervention. And thus, for a broadband ISP that holds itself out to consumers as a neutral, indiscriminate conduct, the rule requires them to abide by its representations and honor its customers' ensuing expectations. Well, that, of course, is precisely what the FTC does with its deception authority. And just as Gigi and Tim Wu proposed to let broadband providers opt out of the net neutrality requirements so long as they clearly and conspicuously disclosed non-neutral practices, Judges Srinivasan and Tatel recognize that the Open Internet Order, quote, does not apply to an ISP holding itself out as providing something other than a neutral, indiscriminate pathway, i.e., to an ISP making sufficiently clear to potential customers that it provides a filtered service involving the ISP's exercise of editorial discretion, unquote. So given all of this, would consumers really be better protected under the FCC's rules? I think the answer is pretty clearly no. Most importantly, the D.C. Circuit made clear that whether an ISP's service fell under the Open Internet Order was purely binary. Only those ISPs that held themselves out as offering a neutral, indiscriminate conduit across the board were subject to the rule. But if an ISP opted out in one respect, it opted out completely. And if you think about it, it's obvious why that had to be the case. The FCC's order rested on classifying broadband providers as common carriers, a status reserved for truly neutral providers. The FCC avoided First Amendment problems by declining to force common carrier status upon an ISP that did not, in the way that it held itself out to consumers, qualify as a common carrier. The FCC therefore never explained what it would do about broadband providers that opted out of the rules and also therefore out of Title II status. And that's probably because the answer was it couldn't use Title II. It couldn't do anything with that source of authority. By contrast, the FTC's deception authority isn't binary. The FTC polices individual claims. Providers of kosher, child-safe, or MAGA-free internet service could opt out of the no-blocking rule and therefore effectively offer and lawfully offer network-level content filtering, but they would still be subject to exactly the same analysis of throttling, paid prioritization, and any other practice by the FTC. This effectively parallels the debate over how to interpret the FTC's common carrier exception. While the panel in the AT&T litigation held that the FTC's authority depended on overall status, the Ninth Circuit agreed with the FTC and reversed that panel and excluded only common carrier activities. And that's how the FTC works generally. But the FCC's authority really did depend clearly on status and therefore would be a huge problem in policing net neutrality. The second reason I think the FTC is a better regulator here is the FTC has a century of experience in policing marketing claims, exactly the issue that I think will be the front line of net neutrality enforcement, and that's experience the FCC simply lacks. Third, the basic structure of the FCC's enforcement powers is the right one. It's ultimately more important to make consumers whole if they're cheated than to impose fines, which ultimately get paid to the U.S. Treasury. A single episode of The John Oliver Show, triggered by an enforcement action, will do much more to deter bad behavior than any fine the FCC might conceivably impose. So let me close by highlighting a few aspects of FTC enforcement that I hope we'll have time to discuss today. Number one, contrary to the deceptive claim you heard this morning, the FCC's 2015 transparency rule remains in effect and will be enforced by the Federal Trade Commission. Second, it will also be easy for the FTC to enforce the specific commitments to net neutrality made by major broadband providers. Third, changing those commitments, while possible under either agency, will not be easy under the FTC's case law on unilateral changes of contractual terms. The ISP would have to disclose that change, and subscribers would likely have to opt in. Fourth, even absent the FCC's transparency rule or current industry commitments to net neutrality, the FTC would still be able to police implied claims about the nature of broadband service no less than the FCC would have been able to do. And that's essentially the similarity I want to talk about in our panel. But for example, if a company makes a claim about broadband service being appropriate for streaming video and fails to deliver that level of service, that's actionable deception in my view. But at a bare minimum, even where companies made no such claims, the FTC would still be able to police material omissions and thus vindicate, quote, ordinary consumer expectations as to the irreducible minimum performance standards for a particular class of goods. That's in addition to policing the claims they actually make. What this standard exactly means was precisely the source of disagreement between Commissioners Olhausen and McSweeney in the recent Lenovo case. I hope we can talk about what standards of proof and what theories of evidence would actually be adequate under each of these claims. But I'll just close by noting the path not taken here. In 2008, the FTC had the perfect opportunity to assert itself and this form of deception authority when it became clear that Comcast, contrary to public claims, was throttling BitTorrent traffic. This would have been a relatively straightforward case for the FTC to bring. And from what I understand happened, the Republican chairwoman and the senior Democratic commissioner were ready to bring suit. And instead, the chairman of the FCC insisted that his agency would handle the case. That decision ended in a D.C. Circuit decision scolding the agency for a legal theory that, quote, if accepted, would virtually free the commission from its congressional tether. And then for the next decade, instead of the FTC handling this issue, we wound up with the FCC fighting over its legal authority, and that's where we've been ever since. So I hope as we focus on this issue that we'll now accept that the FTC, for the time being, is the cop on the beat. And we need to think carefully about how it should use its authority to protect consumers and make sure they get the service that they're being offered.
Thank you, Baron. Next, Mitch.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne and the Commission and my fellow panelists. I'm going to talk about a few things that may be a bit disjoint, but I imagine that they'll come together by the end of this hour. What's at stake, I think, in the questions that are being raised here is consumers' basic expectations about what Internet access means. And those include what is said in ISP marketing materials, but it goes deeper than that. It's an understanding that consumers have reached over, really the past 20 years as we've gone from sort of dial-up services in walled gardens to a more open notion of what the Internet is as something. Really, the D.C. Circuit panel opinion that Baron just read really sums that up pretty well. It's giving access to the entire Internet as well as possible. The practices that are the subject of this panel are things that threaten to change that understanding, perhaps slowly, perhaps even more quickly, to something that may be more like a walled garden service of old, or maybe a hybrid, but still pretty far from what consumers understand the Internet and Internet access to mean. I'd like to acknowledge and to agree with Gigi and John that there is and Baron, there was a very active debate about agency jurisdiction in this area, and that objectively this is an open question right now. There are several active court cases and several pieces of legislation that will, in fairly short order, determine whether broadband service is a common carrier service. that has direct implications for whether the FTC has jurisdiction over those activities. So that's the elephant in the room here. In the meantime, I agree with a number of the previous panelists that there is an important role for the FTC regardless. Now, it doesn't reach ex-ante rules. And ex-ante rules are very important in these circumstances because they are what help maintain those norms that I mentioned. The notion of internet access as access to the entire internet as best we can without the editorial judgment or sort of judgment based on commercial or ideological interest of the last mile ISP. And the FTC, again, has very limited authority to create ex-ante rules. So that's always going to be a limitation, regardless of the outcome of the current legal cases. There is perhaps, an avenue to proceed under the various Section 5 standards based on this really sort of deep understanding of the consumer expectations. And these, again, they have to go beyond marketing and thus beyond the deception standard because lawyers like Matt, are well capable of writing marketing materials and disclosures that really don't bind major ISPs in any significant way, but that satisfy the standard and will not trigger enforcement action in the future. Wanted to mention some of the ISP conduct that we have observed over the years and that we're particularly concerned about, and these touch on privacy. I know there's been already some hearings on privacy, but they haven't focused specifically on ISPs, and I want to make sure that ISPs are thrown into the mix because many of the privacy issues that we've heard about and identified with social networks and search companies and application layer companies on the internet apply in similar fashion to ISPs. Some of the things we've seen is, ISPs pre-installing spyware on mobile devices that track browsing history and so on, selling location history, browsing history, demographic information. Then there's not a bright line really between privacy issues and what we might think of as net neutrality issues, because some of the other things that we've seen and observed over the years are blocking of certain applications surreptitiously. This was with Comcast inserting reset packets to block BitTorrent and several other peer-to-peer protocols without disclosing that. Redirecting particular search queries to commercial partners rather than the search engine that the user thought they were going to. Actually modifying web pages in transit, inserting code into them to serve ads. This is something at least 3 ISPs have been observed doing. These are all equally powerful and equally concerning as some of the examples that we've seen on the application layer side. So, and they can be treated and should be treated equivalently to those, by the FTC as a matter of sort of the privacy beat and the upholding consumer expectations beat. Then I want to shift gears a little bit and talk in my remaining time and just mention the sort of the technological progress. This was touched on by John and some other folks this morning, but. If we're going towards a world of robust fiber deployment as far out in the network as possible, fiber has orders of magnitude more capacity than copper or even cable. It has potential to leapfrog it. And I'd agree with John that fiber deployment and other wireline build-outs are complementary to wireless, because wireless, particularly at the speeds that have been promised for 5G, is dependent on robust, high-speed fiber networks going as far out as possible, because the newer wireless technologies have limited range and limited ability to penetrate buildings and obstacles. But the FTC has to keep those developments in mind and really see where they end up, because we have the potential to make some of the concerns about prioritization fall by the wayside if capacity can really be expanded, which it can through certain sort of avenues of technological progress there. So encouraging fiber deployment, might be sort of a long-term but more robust way at getting at some of these problems.
Just jump in.
Oh, great. Thanks, Mitch. Tom, please go ahead.
Cool. Thanks, Suzanne. And to the FTC for inviting me here to speak today and for hosting this hearing on this important topic, which seems to happen about, I guess, once every decade here at the FTC. So obviously, we are here mostly to talk about what has changed since 2007 and how that impacts public policy, and specifically how the FTC's authority should be applied to these issues as they have changed. But I would first want to look back at the 1996 Advanced Services Report, which touched on broadband, and obviously the 2007 Broadband Competition Policy Report, because a lot of things have actually not changed that much in terms of the overall economics of the system. Physics and everything haven't changed at all. But economically, broadband networks still benefit from economies of scale on the demand side and supply side, as well as economies of scope, because they are general-purpose technologies that can support a lot of different applications up and down the stack. So, bearing that in mind, the sort of recent developments we've seen shouldn't be all that surprising. If they have economies of scale, we have seen more concentration in sort of horizontal mergers in the broadband space. For your economies of scope, we've also seen lots of vertical integration up and down the stack, with network operators buying content providers building networks, device owners all in there as well. Everyone wants advertising money. So lots of competition up and down the stack, which I think ultimately is what we want. In terms of overall policy, we want robust competition at every layer in the stack, among network providers, application, content, everywhere. The question is, how do we, best achieve that policy? And there's lots of different debates. I'm sure we'll get deeper into the weeds of FCC versus FTC, but first focusing on the FTC and what I think that this commission could do for so long as broadband in its entirety is under its jurisdiction. Obviously, it'll be up to Congress for how long that eventually lasts. But focusing on the here and now, what can the commission do? I would first look, to two recent trends since 2007, and point out some policy inferences from there. So those two would be virtualization and convergence. On the virtualization part, generally it's referring from going to analog to digital, basically everything moving over the top. From these legacy services, the old silos we have at the FCC and the COM Act, you can do all of that basically over broadband these days. Telephony is a boring one. You can do VoIP over the top. Video, much more exciting and interesting, relevant for policy because of all the bandwidth that it takes up. One of the earlier panelists touched upon this. I think it was the rep from Shentel, talked about over-the-top video, which is a super exciting development, was not really around in 2007. I think it was in 2007 when Netflix started streaming video. I think that was around the same time that iTunes started offering videos through or Apple started offering videos through the iTunes marketplace. That would be, video on demand, either subscription or non, a la carte video on demand. That, I think, we pretty much all agree is mostly complementary to live, linear video, traditional MVPD. I'm also sorry for all the acronyms. But MVPDs, virtual MVPDs, much more recent development. Companies like Sling TV, YouTube TV, DirecTV Now. These are all virtual MVPDs that are offered over the top of a user's existing broadband connection. They look exactly like a traditional MVPD cable TV service. Now, you can argue about the quality. The quality is probably not as good because it's not a managed service, although if you buffer enough up front, you can get the same resolution and pretty much experience as you would a traditional video service. But that impacts the net neutrality debate and the broadband ecosystem immensely because cable is such a big part of it. It is still described as a loss leader for many ISPs. They have to provide a video service even though it is not profitable for them because of the rising programming costs and decreasing cable subscriptions. But they still have to offer it because people demand it. But we have seen increasingly, mostly some small new entrants, give up on their traditional MVPD service and go all over the top and partner with one, virtual MVPD or multiple vMVPDs and say, customers, we're going to give you broadband, but we don't want to be buying programming from all these content providers, so we're just going to partner, and you can get any of these other apps to get you your video content. From a consumer perspective, I think that is great. That is going to pose some challenges for public policy because there's a lot of things, mostly in the Communications Act, around video, public interest obligations for local PEG channels, non-discrimination, good faith bargaining requirements. None of that applies in the over-the-top space. It is fully, Wild West free market right now, which is cool, but also probably going to be, some friction there as these business models change, because as we have sort of long heard in the net neutrality space, that ISPs have the incentive and ability to block or discriminate against online services. I personally don't think that is true as a general matter, but if it is ever going to be true, it's probably most likely true when those over-the-top services are competing with services that they offer themselves. So vMVPDs compete directly with ISPs' MVPD offerings. There are no rules right now in place prohibiting ISPs from blocking or throttling those virtual MVPD services to protect their, MVPD services and get subs to go back to their own video products. And yet we still see cable subscriptions going down and down. I think 2018 was the largest ever drop in cable subscriptions, and virtual MVPDs continue to rise. And I think that is, one, you could say that's a sign that ex-ante net neutrality rules, at least some of the particular rules from 2015, are not necessary yet. But you could also say that this might be changing the whole broadband ecosystem at large in terms of the economics of network build-out and how these companies finance all the capital needed to deploy and operate these networks. So that's my first point about virtualization. That bleeds into my second point about convergence, because if you have virtualized services running over the top of any broadband connection, you have convergence, and you can basically use any broadband connection like any other, so long as you have adequate speeds, and there's a lot of talk about what speeds are, in fact, adequate. But looking particularly at the wireless, wireline convergence and competition there, because that's come up a couple times, whether or not these are true, complements, true substitutes, partial substitutes. I think probably Matt's point earlier that they are partial substitutes right now is, fair. I think John made the same point. But I think that, at least with the promise of 5G, they could be full substitutes in the future, provided that they have the same sort of business flexibility as we have traditionally allowed for wireline incumbents, which is to say, if they want to offer a wireless cable service, a zero-rated video product, because most of your data consumption comes from video, and if you have an all-you-can-eat video product, that consumers tend to like that. So, if we have specific rules prohibiting wireless companies or restricting their wireless companies' abilities to offer a zero-rated video product, that's going to necessarily, I think, hurt their ability to compete with wireline incumbents, which ultimately is, what we want. We want more competition at every layer in the stack. That's one thing I think the FTC is uniquely situated to do, having broad jurisdiction, and also with its unfairness mandate, it is required to balance harms against benefits. And even if you can find harms in one market, that doesn't mean that you have a case, because they may be balanced or even more than, offset by benefits to consumers' competition in another market. We can get more into that now, but I see I'm out of time, so thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Tom. And now Tejas.
So let me add to the chorus of thank yous. Thank you to the Commission and to Suzanne in particular for inviting me, and to all my co-panelists for the thoughtful comments. So my opening comments they focus on the statutory language and the statutory authority of the FTC in particular, and I think they reflect the position of our panel in today's agenda. So, as almost everyone here knows, as we've already talked about today, but the FTC's authority includes the ability to sanction unfair or deceptive practices. The FTC also has wide authority to enforce antitrust laws. So altogether, these fonts of authorities set out three sorts of unlawful conduct that fall within the agency's ambit. Right? You have deceptive conduct, anti-competitive conduct, and unfair conduct. So I think this morning's panels encompassed a significant portion of the potentially deceptive conduct that the Commission might fold into its enforcement priorities, right? The sorts of questions that arise when a broadband carrier fails to deliver service of a particular quality, right? Whether it's a speed, throughput, service uptime, what have you. How do you hold them to those promises to ensure that the marketing materials aren't deceptive? This afternoon's panels are, right, they're aimed at, quote, remedying competitive harms. So these afternoon's panels, stacked with antitrust experts and economists, are, I think, aimed to help the FTC understand how broadband carriers might act anti-competitively. So that leaves us with the question of fairness. What does it mean for conduct to be neither deceptive nor anti-competitive, but still somehow unfair? What does that mean? So this is a difficult and complicated question. The language is capacious. It can mean almost anything. So how do we define what's fair and what's unfair? There are a few factors that folks have alluded to already today. I want to ask a couple and then focus in on a few examples. So I think one question we have to answer is unfair to whom? Unfair to consumers or unfair to competitors, right? Is this a standard that looks more like deceptiveness, or is it a standard that looks more like anti-competitiveness? Right. Second, what does it mean then for substantively something to be unfair? Right. We refer often to conduct to be substantively unfair where it refers to where there are striking asymmetries of bargaining power, for example, right? Not market power, bargaining power. So where might we find these sorts of examples? So I actually found one in the public comments that were submitted for the hearing. So one anonymous commentator suggested that the FTC investigate exclusive contracts between broadband providers and multi-dwelling units, MDUs. This is a good idea. Almost a decade ago, the FCC, the Communications Commission, issues a rule prescribing any cable operator or MVPD from, quote, enforcing or executing any provision in a contract that grants it the exclusive right to provide any video programming service to an MDU. And then a year later, the FCC issues a similar rule for telecommunications services. Now, of course, broadband service is neither today a telecommunications service, nor is it a video service, a cable service. So the FCC's jurisdiction over these contracts is questionable at best. Right? But the policy basis for the FCC's rules is exactly the same. The policy basis for the FCC's rules cites national policies favoring broadband deployment. That's still true. And get this, Section 628 of the Communications Act, right, the statutory authority for the rules, refers expressly to unfair or deceptive acts or practices. So the FCC itself defines this as a substantively unfair practice. This is similar. So the FTC might consider investigating exclusive broadband service contracts too, as well as similar practices like bulk billing, for example. Right? These practices are substantively unfair because they insulate the broadband provider from real competition. They limit the consumer's choice among providers, and they introduce a sort of principal-agent dilemma, where the apartment complex acts as a principal, they're freed from any fiduciary obligation to the tenants. Right? Moreover, it's not even clear what a duty would look like, because tenants probably have widely distributed preferences. So exclusive service contracts are one example of such unfair conduct. Another example of conduct, this will be slightly more controversial, I think, regards preferences for affiliated services. So the same statute that gave the FCC the authority to ban exclusive contracts also gives the FCC the authority to regulate preferences based on affiliation. I'm talking about the program access rules and the program carriage rules. Right? And the authority to do so without regard to whether those practices were strictly anti-competitive in the antitrust sense. And so the FTC might similarly consider whether preferences for affiliated services in the broadband market and adjacent markets are fair. One example is zero rating. Again, I'll turn to the FCC for precedent. In the now rescinded report, the agency notes that by zero-rating DirecTV services, AT&T was inflicting significant, unreasonable disadvantages on competing edge provider services because DirecTV pays no real cost for its participation in the program, while competitors had to pay hefty charges. This might be conduct that, while not strictly anti-competitive, nor deceptive because it's disclosed, is still unfair. You could also see this in the interconnection market. So one thing, as we've talked about vertical integration, so Google, Amazon, Facebook have certainly bought into the transit stack, and Comcast, AT&T, have bought into the content stack. It is also true that ISPs, eyeball networks, have also bought into the transit stack. Right? Comcast offers its own CDN. And as these ISPs as they exercise power on both sides of the point of interconnection, I think it's really important to consider whether or not there will be affiliate preferences at that point of interconnection. Whether Comcast CDN, for example, will get a leg up. So those are two examples of conduct drawing from the FCC's own power to regulate unfair conduct that I think might inform the way the FTC approaches its own authority and power to regulate unfair conduct in the broadband market. Stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your opening statements. You've raised a number of very interesting points with respect to FTC's market definition questions, our unfairness authority, and potential cases we might bring. And so I'd like to really turn now to a broad hypothetical of the FTC is facing a complaint, right? Or we're out there trying to figure out how we can best enforce in this space. And I'd like to ask us a few questions circulating around that hypothetical, because that is how we operate. As you may know, people come to us and say, we think that this behavior is anti-competitive or it violates consumer protection laws, and we'd like you to investigate. And then our staff need to take a look at that, ask the right questions, drill down. So I'd like to start by talking about identification of broadband market behavior that the FTC might investigate. And as you know, in 2007, we held a broadband workshop, and when we announced it, we said we were looking at, among other things, the capabilities and incentives of broadband internet service providers to discriminate against, degrade, block, or charge fees for prioritized delivery of unaffiliated content and applications. And I'd like to ask a few questions sort of circulated around this issue, maybe spend about 7 to 10 minutes on this point. But really, my questions are, how does the FTC best identify market behavior that may violate the FTC Act? Should we still focus on discrimination, degradation, blocking, and paid prioritization? Within that, how do we think about the transparency and non-discrimination rules that we have today? And should we only be looking at ISPs? So I'm throwing a lot of questions at you at once, but it's essentially, I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on how the FTC can identify behavior and where you would be focusing if you were in our shoes. So I think, just for fairness, we'll go down the line this way, but if people want to jump in on other people's points, please feel free to do so. So, Christopher.
So I think that actually this is a fairly conventional analysis in many ways that the Commission is very well suited to. So what's striking to me is we've heard a lot of statements about whether something is feasible, which is usually in this space determined by market structure, whether they're in a position to do it. As everyone knows, in a standard antitrust analysis, that's not enough. You have a given market structure that makes it feasible. You have to then decide whether there's an incentive. In fact, many things that are feasible are not profitable. Third, even when an incentive exists, sometimes they are actually welfare enhancing or beneficial to consumers, because many of these behaviors are. And then lastly is the second best problem, which we've all learned, which is it has to be enforceable. It's just because you have a problem doesn't mean that the remedy you can fashion will suffice. And so what strikes me is, and all of this has to be disciplined by a clear theory and empirical evidence designed to back up that theory. And so this should be a very familiar framework to an enforcer. And what I find people is, I'm concerned that people will take only part of that framework and go forward with it. So the second point is to amplify what I said earlier, to take into account the full range of alternatives. There are many things in market definition here that don't look like regular markets. So CDNs are now competing with network capabilities, something that technologists have known. You can substitute storage for networking by moving it to off-peak, and there's other things we can do. And so what we have to really look at is not on the technologies or the traditional definitions of businesses, but rather on the services provided to consumers and what the real impact is going to be there. And then the second notion that's constant in the essential facilities cases, in the line sharing cases under the regulatory world, we have to take into account alternatives of self-help, self-provisioning, alternatives in the market, again, in that broader market definition. And what really strikes me is something that Casey Claffey said, which is we actually don't know the relationship between many of these practices and consumer welfare. And missing that essential link. This is a big part of what we've done. A lot of practices that once upon a time thought were bad for consumers, we actually decided were either ambiguous or even potentially good for consumers. And so without that missing link, it's really unclear how we can do that. And so what I would say is really go back to the traditional tools of welfare analysis. I keep thinking of Carl Shapiro's work saying exclusivities can be welfare enhancing. It's not always a bad thing. Product differentiation is not always a bad thing. Two-sided markets has told us that side payments are not always a bad thing. And in fact, but they can be. And so what we need is a really good empirical base, evidence base to decide enforcement actions.
Got it. So if I could just quickly summarize, you're saying essentially that when folks come to us with an area in this space, now that the authority is ours post-RFO, we should use our traditional tools. Is that right?
I think that'll take you a long way with the traditional suspicion of competitor complaints and other things that we know that you also bear in mind that the source of information you get are very self-interested.
Thank you. And Gigi, I know you spent a lot of time at PK and you have experienced, and you mentioned this a little bit in your opening, talking about the technological expertise that we would need. How do you think we should be looking for cases in this space? How can we work with third parties? What should we be doing?
Yeah, let me just say first something about the missing link. I mean, we've been debating net neutrality for, 17 years now? The missing link is not missing, okay? We've had, 3 FCC proceedings, 3 court cases, about to be a 4th, that have, demonstrated that particularly vertically integrated ISPs have the incentive and ability to discriminate, to engage in paid prioritization. Verizon's attorneys admitted it in open court. So I'm not sure how much more empirical data we need to see that the incentive and ability is there. And the other thing I just need to say is, I don't remember what I said in 2007, but there's a lot of water under the bridge, including 3 court cases since then. I think I also said in 2007, as Neil Chilson, who used to work with the FTC, said, let's not go to Title II, let's not go to Title I. We can stay with Title I, but that was before the court said you basically have no other option if you want to have strong net neutrality rules. So please stop quoting me from 2007. It's a little bit tiresome, and it's kind of irrelevant at this point. But let me answer your question. So the FCC has a huge raft of technologists, economists, and people that study market structure, right? They are completely dedicated to studying how networks work, okay? And if the FTC is going to seriously take on this role of figuring out how to work in this space, and again, I invite it, I think you need to have that same level of maybe not the same level of expertise, but you certainly need to have more than what you have now. And sometimes things bubble up from the agency itself, but a lot of times they come from outside parties. The FCC is very different, and in ways sometimes not better, to the extent that it does focus basically very narrowly on one segment of the economy as opposed to the FTC. But there are people that basically make it their business to tell the Commission what is going on in these networks. They have both in-house and they have stakeholders outside. And perhaps one thing the FTC could do is invite outside stakeholders who care about this stuff and who do look at network management and how networks work to come in for a workshop and educate on, on how they look at how networks work and how they look at network discrimination. So, I think you have to have in-house the expertise, again, not only in the technology, but also on the market structure and the economics, and you need to bring outside stakeholders in to discuss this as well. Let me talk a little bit about what practices I think the FTC ought to be looking at. I think everything covered under the 2015 Open Internet Order, blocking, throttling, paid prioritization, unfair interconnection practices, and as I said before, other discriminatory conduct not covered by the Bright Line rules. Zero rating is the example we talk about now, but there will be other things in the future. And you also asked, should we just look at ISPs? This is always a good way to kind of muddy the water on the net neutrality, and I'm not accusing you of doing that.
No, and I can clarify. What I meant was the presentations this morning covered the entire broadband marketplace, and my point was following RFO, we now have jurisdiction over that entire marketplace. So how would you factor that broad authority into our investigation authority?
Yeah, I think I'm going to, I guess what I was thinking of is, are you also including the edge companies as well as something that you think, look, I think the FTC should have oversight over those companies as well. I don't think it's the same set of problems. There are discrimination problems, but they're different. And I obviously welcome what the FTC is doing with its, Technology Advisory Council and looking at, the ability of edge providers to discriminate, against certain parties as well. But I'm not, it's a different issue, and I'm not saying you shouldn't address it, but I don't want to conflate one with the other, because there is something singular about having the power to allow others to access the network. And there are a certain set of problems that come with broadband internet access that don't necessarily go to edge providers as well. I think it's a different set of problems. It is a set of problems. I will not say there's no problem there, but I wouldn't want to mix the two up. I think they're two separate problems.
And actually, if I just stay on this one more time, following up on the technological question, one thing that I think about is how the FCC uses its technologists as a sector regulator, and how the FTC, we have experience obviously using technical experts in a number of very complicated cases. What are your thoughts on how to sort of work between those two models? Having a technological capacity as a sector regulator versus having experience, it's not really a direct comparison, but having experience bringing folks in, right? If we have a complicated pharmaceutical, I worked on Cephalon, right? So we had to bring in a pharmaceutical licensing expert into the agency. How do you think a model like that could work in this space? Do you think it could work?
Yeah, I absolutely think it could work. I mean, it's obviously more complicated, it's broader, and I have to say, I will profess some ignorance on, how the bureaus work here, but most of the bureaus at the FCC had their own technological expert. Not enough, I will say, and it was shocking some of the bureaus, like the Wireless Bureau, did not have a chief technologist, which I found to be pretty incredible. But yeah, I think each bureau needs to have a variety of technologists, in addition to, a general technology office and a chief technologist.
And I heard your point earlier on BTAG and bringing BTAG back.
Can I make one observation? So the funny thing about the engineers, and I love them in the FCC, their strength is actually in radio engineering, and they have historically relied on originally AT&T through the breakup. Mm-hmm. For a large of networking expertise. And they've brought the chief technologist in usually as a one-person short-term basis. I think there's a dearth of networking expertise in the FCC. I wish that it were stronger, but I think that's about of history. It's just of what they needed to do. And that they have not entirely solved the problem of getting that expertise inside.
Yeah, don't take my comments to say that the FCC has adequate technology expertise, because they don't. I think I measured it for another speaking gig I had a couple weeks ago, and it's something like 5% of their employees actually have technology backgrounds, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So moving on to Barron.
Look, I'm in favor of legislation in this area. The Internet Society will be shortly putting out a statement of principles that reflect a consensus among many groups, not only Tech Freedom, but a wide array of groups that have tried to inform what legislation should look like. And I think that could be passed. But that's a separate conversation. We're here to talk today about what the Federal Trade Commission can do and should do with its authority. And I think that in having that discussion, yes, we need to think completely about the agency's authority, but we also need to not kid ourselves about what the FCC could have done. And that's why I encourage everyone in this room to go back and read the Srinivasan and Tatel opinion in denying en banc rehearing, which makes very clear just how limited the FCC's enforcement was going to be. I've said this before, I will say it again. The FCC was effectively going to be policing deception. And that was it. And if a provider opted out of the rules, they were not subject to that regime, period, end of story. The FCC had a much less flexible approach in that sense. The FTC will be able to police marketing claims across the board. And in doing so, I want to make clear, the discussion you heard this morning about speed claims, that is only the easiest category of claims for the FTC to police, but it's only one category of express claims. There are other express claims that companies make. And if you go back and you read the Srinivasan and Tatel opinion, in one paragraph, they essentially offered their analysis as to why they think that marketing a broadband service implies claims to provide a neutral conduit that is not filtered or throttled or in any other way modified. And if that analysis was true for the FCC, it's true for the FTC too. But it needs to be supported. And so what I would say to you is, if you're really concerned about either agency's ability to enforce net neutrality principles in the future, what you really need to do is substantiate that paragraph. You need to do consumer studies or find some other competent evidence to show that consumers expected to get that kind of service. And the Lenovo case is a really instructive example. I'll just take just a moment just to walk you through that case. Anyone here familiar with it, apart from the agency staff? So the agency brought a claim against Lenovo, which had pre-installed software on laptops that did a bunch of shady things. They collected information as your web traffic passed through your computer, and that was the data security aspect of the claim. But they also slowed down the downloads and uploads of internet traffic. And the question that Commissioner Sweeney and Commissioner Olhausen disagreed upon, and therefore was not part of the ultimate settlement with Lenovo, was whether the company's failure to say anything there, that material omission, denied consumers that minimum irreducible level of service quality that they expected. Now, that is not a doctrinal question. It's a factual question. And I don't know who's right. Commissioner McSweeney may well have been right. But what you would need is more competent evidence to show that when consumers subscribe to broadband service, that they're expecting, by analogy, to get something where the broadband provider doesn't reduce the speed in some respect, right? This is just about claim analysis. It's fundamental to what the agency does, and I'll stand by that in 10 years. I'll say that the agency's been doing this for a century. They police these claims, and the right answer always depends on the facts. And what's great about that approach is it applies to everyone. It's not dependent on status, it's not dependent on technology. The agency will be able to apply exactly the same toolkit across the board. Now, finally, about unfairness, I want to be clear here. I think unfairness can be an important tool. The most obvious use of unfairness is policing unilateral changes in contractual terms. That's the most clearly unfair practice of all. There may be other things that the agency can classify as unfair, but again, it will be a factual question as to whether to do so. What the agency can't do, because of Section 5N, because of the codification of the Unfairness Policy Statement, 1994, is point to some other agency's decision that a practice is unfair and then say their job is done. That cannot be the primary basis for a determination of unfairness by the agency. They have to do their own analysis and show that the harm to consumers outweighs benefit, and the consumers can't reasonably avoid that claim, and they might be able to do that. I don't have a strong opinion in advance because I don't know what the facts are.
So thanks, Baron. And actually, Mitch, before we jump on to you, one of the points that you raised, Baron, regarding transparency and non-discrimination touches on a question that we have from the audience, which is, should new rules about transparency and non-discrimination apply to edge providers as well as to ISPs? And I'm interested in what the panel thinks about that.
Can I just say quickly, if what you mean is standards, the FTC's standards for transparency and disclosure already apply to everyone. Exactly the same standards for having to disclose what terms your service is provided are already in effect. You don't need specific ex ante rules in place to do so.
Great. Well, Mitch, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, what's striking, I thought the FCC's 2010 order answered this very nicely, which was there was a proposal to say everything, the upper layers of the stack, which is essentially the edge providers, would be immune. And the FCC said, no. Now, it's outside their jurisdiction because it's not network services. But they said the idea that market power can't exist in other places, they just said, is not a blanket proposition you can accept. The source of market power may be different. And as you talk about, the transparency requirements you may need may be different. Mm-hmm. But the idea that we would immunize an area from any economic or any consumer harm, consumer harm, I don't think is plausible.
I wanted to take a stab at both parts of Suzanne's original question and also respond to a couple of points. But yes, the FTC should be investigating and enforcing issues of blocking, throttling, paid prioritization, zero rating with the anti-competitive zero rating, for a couple of reasons. One is because those are, in a sense, a codification of the customers' reasonable expectations that have been in place for, at least 15, probably 20 years. I would welcome that empirical study that Barron was calling for, because I think it will show that. I think that's kind of the basic understanding underlying everything that we've heard from internet users of all sorts about this. Is that's what the internet is. That's what differentiates internet service from cable TV or from the sort of walled garden services of old, like AOL and CompuServe. It is those principles. It's also, by the way, the principles under which ISPs received franchises, collectively thousands, from localities to use conduits and streets and poles and spectrum and access to buildings and rights of way. Whether it was that was sort of part of that understanding was that what they were providing was access to all or nearly all endpoints on the internet, to use the DC Circuit's language. Then as to the second part of Suzanne's question, how should the FTC identify these sorts of practices? And I'll be honest with you, it's hard. All of the difficulties involved in measuring and verifying claims about speed that were discussed this morning are simpler than questions of identifying and verifying claims of discrimination, because that would be a variation in speed or access based on potentially very subtle criteria or differences. That would be very hard for a sort of a researcher to detect. Now that said, we have seen them. EFF helped to uncover Comcast's reset packet injection that was targeting particular internet applications. I believe the Associated Press was involved. Other groups have identified practices like this. Sometimes they're sort of acting on just maybe a hunch from consumers that are verified empirically. These are hard questions. One of the ways forward is to try to avoid us being the blind man and the elephant, and that's to combine the sort of the broad base of consumer information and consumer complaints that the FTC and state authorities receive with the investigative prowess of groups like Measurement Lab, like my organization, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and like there are a number of others out there, is to combine the source of the hunches with the source of the empirical verification, and then to have some expectation or confidence that those are going to be acted on, or that if there is an enforcement action, that there is at least acknowledgement that it becomes part of the policy process, that it isn't being emailed into the ether.
Can I just jump in here for a second?
Actually, I just have just one quick follow-up question, if that's all right, which is just, Mitch, how did you decide that you were going to go after the Comcast example, and how do you think government and public interest groups can partner to identify behavior in this space? Because as one of our public interest, sort of representatives on the panel, I'm really curious about that, because it's something that people mention, that we can sort of leverage the work of others in this space, and I'm wondering how we can maximize that.
I think you use the what we're all calling the net neutrality principles as a guide. So you look for conduct that seems to be attempts to shape people's experience of the internet by directing their attention to particular sites, particular applications, particular points of view, even sometimes. And you look, that's your sort of your threat list. And you also look for things based on the incentives that the ISPs have. A few of these were mentioned before, but there are incentives to block particular content, potentially commercial incentives, and there are or to encode a preference for some sites or services over others. Looking to those may sort of guide the initial investigation and guide the identification of complaints that come into the FTC and complaints that come into organizations like mine, and say those are ones we'd like to follow up on.
Terrific, thanks.
If I may,
quickly.
I think there's some agreement here among Mitch, Gigi, and myself. There needs to be a clearinghouse outside the agency. The agency is a law enforcement agency. It can't move quickly, and it can't comment on all of the details, especially cases that it decided not to bring. And meanwhile, we will have a series of public frenzies about each allegation of alleged misconduct. And sometimes it might turn out that it is the broadband company. Other times it might turn out that it's Netflix or whoever else. And I think it would be very helpful if a group like the BTAG were asked to make not just a conclusory charge of this violates our principles, but rather a neutral, thoughtful, technical analysis of what happened, with multiple people from different points of view who are able to offer their perspective. And that will happen much more quickly than the FTC can do anything, because it won't have direct legal effect. But it will play necessarily a critical role in forcing the agency to prioritize those cases where there is an agreement on the technical details. And I think one of the things that should come out of this report is a call for some group like the BTAG or the BTAG itself to play that kind of role and to be focused again on technical vetting to make sure that the agency is really focusing on the right cases.
Terrific, thanks, Barron. And Tom and Tejas, I want to make sure we have time to get to you.
Sure. So jumping in and taking all these points in the order that come to me. So on the last point about technical expertise and input in the process, I agree that is absolutely important, and there's not enough of it currently. There are lots of ways to get more, such as better interfacing with outside expert groups like BTAG. Also, there's potential meta sort of process reforms the FTC could look at, like elevating OTEC out of CPB into a standalone office or bureau, like akin to the Bureau of Economics. That might help, but to Gigi's earlier point, maybe having a standalone Bureau of Technologists is not as helpful as having a bunch of them embedded into each bureau. So I leave that to you. But to your question about transparency, I think transparency is great as my go-to default regulation that I'm always in support of as a conservative, because transparency does impose costs on industry, compliance, but it also makes the market work better because consumers with more information can make more informed choices, better express themselves. So in favor of that. To the question about applying Section 5 or these sort of broadband regulations to beyond the last mile, to middle mile backbone providers, or up the stack to other actors in the internet ecosystem, I think that is a good idea. I think given all of the integration we have up and down the stack, this ecosystem should be governed more or less by a consistent framework, but that does not mean that the regulatory outcomes will be the same for each layer in the stack, because we have more competition in some areas than others. So saying that I think the same rules should apply to everyone does not mean everyone's going to be treated the same way, but I think to the extent possible, we should have a level playing field and not, favor unduly one layer of the stack over others. There may be more points there, but I don't know. Taya, you jump in.
Okay, so on your first question, should the FTC still focus on discrimination, degradation, blocking, and paid prioritization? So yeah, I think the answer is yes. The Commission should still pay attention to these fundamental tenets, but I think the thing that I'd say is that these are foundational, right? That these have been a part of the question since the beginning doesn't mean that it's all that the FTC should focus on. So prioritization and degradation are, I think someone said it in the previous channel, these are flip sides of the same coin. They're both forms of discrimination. And if discrimination is the category, then there's all sorts of discrimination. And it's not just traffic discrimination. It's not just, to use the pithy but inaccurate fast lane, slow lane analogy, right? It's not just that. Zero rating is a form of discrimination, right? Certain interconnection agreements might look like forms of discrimination. Different types of interconnection agreements with different types of providers could be discrimination too. So I think it's important to look at all sorts of discrimination, some of which will seem more obvious than others. So this relates to the next question, which is how do you do this? So I think zero rating based business plans are a great example of discrimination. Some might be good, some might be bad, some might be fair, some might be unfair. I tend to think that affiliation-based preferences fall on the unfair side of the line, but that might be something to think about, something to look at in particular. But for the more difficult ones, so for the ones that aren't obvious because they're part of the terms of service, the ones that look more like traffic discrimination, I agree with everyone else that I think a body like BTAG would be extraordinarily helpful. BTAG was extraordinarily helpful. It was really great, I think, to have an outside body comprised of technical stakeholders from a wide array of technology companies that could get in a room and hash it out. And I think that worked really, really well. I think your last question was about how this looks up and down the stack. So I think one thing that we've done, and I'm guilty of this too, I think one thing that we've done in this space is to talk about companies rather than services, and I think we need to get a little bit more precise about that. So it's not Facebook, right? It's Facebook, the social media provider, versus Facebook, the traffic provider. Netflix is a CDN company as much as it is a content studio. And they're acting in very different markets when they're doing those different things. And so if we're specific about the services, then I think we can be a little bit better about how we do this up and down the stack. And I think the answer is yes, right? The FTC should be looking at practices at the eyeball network, at the point of interconnection, in transit, on the edge. All of these are things that merit the FTC's attention, but the markets are different, the companies are different, and the dynamics are different.
Suzanne, can I
can I ask one follow-up question, please? Tejas, thank you. When you mentioned zero rating, and this has come up elsewhere on the panel, what would be your theory of consumer harm with respect to zero rating? What component of zero rating would the FTC want to explore? How would you think about that?
Yeah, so like I said, I'm most concerned about zero rating that gives preferences to affiliates at the expense of unaffiliated providers. That is because the affiliate doesn't bear the real costs of the zero rating, doesn't bear the costs of paying for the zero rating, whereas the competitors do. Right? And then that has implications, I think, for the sorts of things that the FCC has traditionally cared about, diversity in the content market, for example. So that maybe is not consonant with the way the FTC has traditionally thought about fairness, but I think it is with the FCC.
It's a little different for us.
Yeah, but I think it is consonant with the way the FCC has thought about it, because it historically has had a statutory mandate to think about concerns related to diversity and localism when it comes to the sort of content that travels over these communications platforms.
Thanks. And Gigi, if you could just jump in, because I want to also reserve time for closing statements. So
very quickly, I do think that the FTC's authority is not well suited to handle a zero rating, particularly if you look at, what an unfair practice is. Again, it has to be substantial, not outweighed by countervailing benefits to consumers, and consumers themselves could not reasonably have avoided it. You're going to get the argument, well, they're getting this for free, right? So, you have to overcome that, and we don't have time to have a longer conversation about that, but I think that's a very high hurdle to overcome. The other point I want to make was time, okay, and the importance. Barron himself, I think, made the argument for why you need rules, but if the FTC's processes are, as he says, very, very slow, and you're an innovator who's being discriminated against in a paid prioritization deal or a zero rating deal, your business could be toast unless the agency can come to a conclusion very, very quickly. I know that's not usually the way the FTC handles things.
No, I think we do try and move. We work in a lot of fast-moving industries. I hear your point, absolutely, so I'm not pushing back exactly, but I just want to say that there are a number of fast-moving industries where we operate, and so that's always a consideration for us, because you want to make sure that what you're doing is helpful within the larger sort of economic environment. I think what we should do now, we started a little early. I had a feeling that you guys would really have a lot to talk about, and I'm so happy for that. But I'd like now for everybody to give, 2-minute closing statement. I think that'll take us roughly to our end of our time. And as you do that, one question that we didn't touch on in the discussion was, We have our enforcement authority. We also have advocacy authority. And if you have thoughts on how we can use our advocacy authority, I'd like to hear that in your closing statements. And then other considerations we should be thinking about with respect to promoting innovation. So this has worked well for us. Maybe we can just start with Christopher and go down the line. Thank you.
I hate to be a bit of a stinker, but we've heard a lot of praise of the BTAG. And I think as far as it went, the work it did, I think, was very well regarded. I do know in some circles there was some sense of disappointment in it, that it maybe didn't work as quickly as people would like. And I know some people in this room were attached to it, and I don't mean to be really suggesting that they weren't devoting them efforts, but it's a question structurally about how to get that kind of expertise. And before the FTC decides to go down that road, I would solicit a broad range of opinion of what the people thought worked and didn't. Because it was perhaps less bold or less fast, or I don't know exactly what, but there was maybe something learnings about ways to do it slightly better, just as an aside. It's interesting, we talk about zero rating, and I really note that Tom talked about anti-competitive zero rating. We talk about discrimination, and what an economist will tell you out of antitrust perspective is that discrimination is not always bad. And I always think about the first zero rating complaint was brought against Metro PCS. They're a company with 3% national market share that was trying to deploy LTE on 1G spectrum of 1.4 megahertz instead of 40 megahertz. And to do that, they couldn't do all the things that other people could do. And at 3% market share, anything that makes them a more effective competitor to the large players, I think, is a filter that we were missing. And one of the things that the FCC rejected was an anti-competitive discrimination filter. And I think that there are times that I do think we all agree the FTC should look at discrimination, but using the tools that they normally do to put the consumers first. Discrimination is not a value in and of itself to protect. It is a value in service of protecting consumers. And I always tell my students, you get student discounts, and there's other senior citizen discounts, there's other things we do that are clearly discriminatory, which are welfare enhancing, and which isn't to say they can't be, but that's where we go back to our normal analysis. The other comment I would make in closing is Tejas advocated fairness, and I understand that the virtues of that. I do have to think about fairness is very hot in the EU right now in competition law. It's hot in Korea and Japan and other places. And there's a real concern that without the discipline of a clear guiding principle of what constitutes it, it becomes a subterfuge for protectionism. And that's a lingering concern.
Thank you so much to unpack, as I'm sure there will be in all of your closing statements. But Gigi.
So, look, I don't want to turn the FTC into the FCC. I mean, one of the things I did at the FCC was sort of bring stakeholders in, and I've worked with the FTC over the course of my career, and it's not the same, right? There isn't as much a solicitation from the agency to bring outside folks in to talk to them about different levels of expertise, and I think, or at least not that I've seen. I mean, maybe, again, I don't profess to be an expert on the FTC, but, I know when I was outside the FCC, I was often brought in by commissioners' offices and bureaus to talk about, various and sundry technological, economic, policy issues, and maybe that's just a place where the FTC has to up its game, particularly as it tries to identify, bad behavior in this space. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to just address something that Christopher just said about discrimination, and it's not always bad. The standard is not discrimination. It's usually unreasonable discrimination, unfair. It's not discrimination across the board that's prohibited, just like, blocking across the board isn't prohibited. Obviously, you can block spam. It's unreasonable. That's the standard. That's the standard the FCC uses, and that's kind of the same standard, as Tejas mentions, that the FTC uses as well. And I don't think we can really conflate student discounts or placements on grocery shelves with the discrimination that takes place that affects speech, that affects people's access to information. And that, unfortunately, as my colleague John Bergmeyer mentioned before, is one of the values that the FTC's authority doesn't really get at. Blocking because speech is controversial, or blocking because, like happened in 2005 in Canada, you don't like the position a union takes. So these are some of the concerns that, while I encourage the FTC in this day and age to use all the tools it can and use it and take risks in that regard. There's some bad case law here and there, but to take some risks in that regard, there are just some things that Section 5 authority won't reach, and that gives me concern.
No, that's helpful, and that was one of Alden's framing questions to start. Baron.
Just want to remind everyone that we can say that the FCC should have been in the business of protecting speech, but in fact, the only reason the FCC's rules would have been protected from First Amendment scrutiny was that they didn't apply to companies that said they were going to actively filter or block someone. So we just have to take as a reality the version of the FCC's rules that the FCC itself always said it was proposing. That was always inherent in the
Baron,
definition.
actually, could we bring this back to the FTC for the
Internet
closing?
access service. The FTC itself also doesn't have the ability to protect speech online. Its fundamental ability is to ensure that consumers get the benefit of the bargain. And if you want to inform what the FTC's report looks like and guide how the FTC is going to apply its authority, the most useful thing you can do, to what Mitch was saying, is to substantiate the kind of statements that people make about what consumers expect with real empirical evidence. That will make the biggest difference in what the FTC does going forward. The FTC has many virtues. One of them is that it doesn't go out of its way to talk to people on the outside. That can be a problem. It can mean that the FTC lacks a vehicle to access outside expertise, but it also means the agency is less likely to be captured by particular interests. That is a great advantage of an agency that has general purpose authority. And then finally, on the question of competition advocacy, I think the agency should be out there defending anything that will make broadband deployment happen more accessibly. 5G offers the potential for a new round of competitors to deploy service to homes to compete with wireline providers. That's exactly the kind of thing that will make net neutrality violations less likely to happen, and the agency would be well served to use its competition authority to address.
Thank you, Baron. Mitch.
I think we're at a crossroads right now in two important ways. One is there is a lot of really great energy among consumers, among civil society, and even in Congress for a new, fresh look at antitrust law that brings in notions of privacy and of the way that people use technology today. And the FTC has a very important role to play in those to the limits of its statutory authority, and also, frankly, with the other things that Suzanne mentioned is through amicus filings, that I think could really draw on a solid history of looking into privacy and to the sort of and also other things besides privacy. The other way that we're at a crossroads is with the way that internet technology is going to be deployed, and the choices are really fiber to as far out in the network as we can get it, ideally licensed wholesale to retail providers that will provide the last mile service. That's one. The other is basically wireless deployment with backhauls controlled entirely by the retail providers, that while they will be an improvement on today's technologies, they will be a bit of a dead end, and they will keep out future competition at the retail level. And while we didn't really have a chance to get into those here, I would encourage the Commission to keep that in mind in the future, because, again, it has profound implications for the consumer questions that we've been talking about here.
Thank you, Mitch. Tom.
Sure. So there's also things the FTC can't do in terms of, pro-competitive regulations. They can't address poll attachment rates or impose shot clocks on local franchising authorities. They could say that's a good idea, competition advocacy. You should try and convince states or cities to adopt, try and lower barriers to entry to get more competition, something that we've tried to do at our streets. And, from the FTC's perspective, that would certainly be helpful. But the FTC, I think, with their expertise and authority, should try and look at these sort of same competition issues through their own lens that the FCC addressed through their lens, which again is, I think, based on a rigid, sort of outdated set of silos. The FTC doesn't have that, those priors. So in terms of market definition, I would love to see just a general, run it through the SNP tests. Can a broadband provider profitably affect a significant non-transitory increase in price? Look at demand elasticity and substitutability between wireless and wireline networks. I would love to see an FTC, analysis of whether these are different markets, where they are competitive, substitutes in some respect or another. So I would like to see that, and particularly if we're talking about zero rating, look back at tying. Obviously that, includes a market power analysis, but these are vertical restraints. We have sort of a long, history of FTC and competition law to look at that could be applied to these same issues, so that's what I would like to see.
Terrific, thank you. And Tejas.
So Tom actually said what I was going to say about the advocacy authority. I think the FTC could play.
I want to hear all about. I'm really interested in the advocacy point, so you can.
Well, so I think the FTC can play an important role in participating in actions that might otherwise have been part of the FTC's interest. So I think that includes advocacy before public utility commissions, right? Advocacy in state courts and state cases on matters related to broadband deployment in particular. So I think where a state or a local policy seems like it might inhibit competition, I think that's a great place for the FTC to intervene. So that's what I have to say about the FTC and advocacy. On the question of fairness, so I think, I guess I understand the concern about a sort of free-floating, untethered, what does fairness mean? It means anything. And so I think it's important, but it's important to recognize that nevertheless, fairness is in the statute, right? It is a font of authority that the FTC has the charge and the responsibility to execute on. So then I think it means that we have to give some content to what fairness means. I think that means figuring out unfair to whom. I think it means figuring out exactly what it means for something to be substantively unfair. I think unconscionable contract terms is certainly part of that, but I don't think that's the limit of that. There's other conduct that I think strikes me as unfair that other agencies have found to be unfair. And sure, the FTC can't just incorporate by reference that analogy, but it provides a useful starting point for the FTC to begin its enforcement proceedings.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Well, we will come back at 4:15 for a discussion of antitrust, but before then, please join me in thanking the panelists for a vibrant discussion. Thank you very much.
this?
Should have put my sunglasses.
You want to correct the record?
Okay.
Well, welcome back to our fourth and final panel of the day, identifying efficiencies and remedying competitive harms in broadband markets. Before we dive into this panel, I just wanted to say that I talked to Nick Feemster at the break, and he mentioned that BTAG is actually working on a report that should be coming out shortly. So I wanted to let you guys know that, and we can all keep our eyes open. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Suzanne, and we're really excited to have this fabulous panel to round out today's discussion. So I'm going to go down and just introduce folks briefly. There's fuller bios in a longer packet that you can find at the front desk, and everyone's going to give a brief opening remarks of about 5 to 7 minutes, and then we will kind of kick it back to law school and go into some hypos about efficiencies and competitive harm, and trying to put a finer point on some of the conduct that we've talked about at varying points throughout the day. First we have Howard Shalansky, who's a professor at Georgetown University Law Center and a partner at Davis Polk. Next to him is Michelle Connolly, who's a professor in the economics department at Duke University. Then we have Bill Blumenthal, who's a partner at Sidley Austin. Next to him is Jonathan Sallet, who's a senior fellow at the Benton Foundation. And last but not least, we have Michael Katz, who is a professor in the economics department and the Haas School of Business at University of California, Berkeley, also a senior consultant with Compass Lexicon. So without further ado, let Howard kick off the opening remarks.
Great. Thanks very much, Kitty. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm very grateful to the FTC for this invitation to participate again in this series of hearings. One way to open up my remarks is to say this. My friend Gigi Sohn said on the last panel that she was tired of being quoted from 2007 and asked that people please stop. Well, 2007 is about the last time I actually published an article about network neutrality. And unlike Gigi, I'd be happy to continue to be quoted from that 2007 article. The main reason being that the point of that article was to talk about why there were so many open questions surrounding the need for network neutrality regulation. Now, this panel obviously is not talking necessarily about regulation, but ways to identify efficiencies and anti-competitive conduct in network neutrality. But that necessarily brings in the question of whether ex post tools of the type that the FTC more typically applies are up to that job, and that brings regulation into the purview of the discussion. So in thinking about this and preparing for the panel, I thought back to 2007 when I really wasn't sure of the empirical case for saying we shouldn't have ex post enforcement and for moving towards a regulatory model. And I guess I find myself 10 years or a dozen years later thinking that there's still a lot of open empirical questions, although to the extent that I see the evidence having accumulated in those dozen years, it would seem possibly to be in the favor of sticking with an ex post model now that we are where we are after the court decisions on the FCC's regulations, and driving us towards thinking about how the FTC can use its tools short of regulation, for the purpose of making sure that the broadband market remains competitive and serves consumers well. So let me just step back for a minute and talk about what the debate really was, at least as I saw it back in 2007, and what has and hasn't changed. A lot of our discussion in 2007 was about a sort of competition between investment in the core of the network, as we called it, infrastructure investment, and innovation at the edge of the network. People who are thinking about applications and content that would run from the edge of the network over the core infrastructure to consumers. Obviously, a very highly stylized picture, but a lot of the debate during that period a dozen years ago was over how much of a trade-off there really was between edge innovation and core investment. A lot of folks said that if we regulated in a heavy-handed way, we'd lose core investment. A lot of folks said if we don't regulate in a heavy-handed way, we will lose edge innovation. And looking broadly at what the experience has been, we now have had mostly a period of light-handed regulation, very limited time and experience with a more clear ex-ante regulatory model. And over those dozen years, we've seen an enormous amount of investment in the core of the network. Network speeds have increased dramatically. Network coverage across the United States has increased substantially. And the number of available networks to consumers, not to all consumers, not everywhere, but to many consumers, many places, has increased. We've also seen mobile wireless coming into the picture as a legitimate transmitter of high bandwidth content, and indeed becoming a means by which people use to access very high bandwidth content and applications. So I think we've seen the marketplace at the infrastructure level receive a lot of investment and become somewhat more competitive than it was, largely in the absence of heavy-handed regulation during that period. Of course, and by the way, it is interesting to look at some of the data on the investment levels when there was and wasn't FCC regulation in place. There's at least some indication that that investment in the core did go down during those periods. What about edge innovation? Innovation throughout what one might call the internet ecosystem has moved very quickly, and there at least is not, in my mind, clear and compelling evidence that there has been discrimination of a kind that has deterred innovation that is beneficial to consumers. That doesn't mean that there can't be such episodes of anti-competitive, anti-consumer discrimination, but there does not seem to have been a consistent set of behaviors or of examples where we have seen something that would lead us to say ex post enforcement is simply not worth it. There's too much of an incentive and ability to engage in bad behavior. Let's move to ex-ante regulations. So it seems to me that since 2007, we've come back to a point where I think the empirical case for ex-ante regulation remains ambiguous, that there's a strong case for keeping regulation in the purview of an agency like the FTC that is primarily an ex post enforcement regime. And even though the FTC does have, of course, rulemaking authority that some have said the agency has been too hesitant to use, if the question we're going to ask here is whether the agency should move in the direction of using that rulemaking authority more aggressively in the broadband area, I think the evidence is probably no, and that the focus should be on how to sharpen and best use the ex post tools, both consumer protection and competition tools that the Commission possesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you for having me. I always enjoy listening to Howard. I understand things much more clearly afterwards. I kind of have 2 points that I want to make, and I apologize if these are points that someone has heard me make before, and many times I feel like I keep repeating the same things. But every time, I've been here all morning, and I keep hearing different people use different statistics, all claiming they're telling you the current state of the market. So I thought, if nothing else, I could perhaps clarify how 2 different people can be quoting the same site and giving 2 different completely statistics. And so that's going to be my first point. And the second one is about how economists see certain words and how I've been hearing them used consistently today in ways that I think are very systematically biased in terms of their interpretation. So those are the 2 points I want to make. The first one on terms of when we're talking about what is the necessity perhaps for net neutrality or the likelihood that ex post we may have to enforce certain issue, has everything to do with the amount of competition, as the FCC said, the competition in the last mile. Or last mile monopoly power, or someone else earlier was talking about the potential of gatekeeping. One thing that's very interesting is how broadband was defined by the FCC over time. Until 2010, anything over 0.2 megabits per second was defined as broadband. In 2010, that moved to 4 megabits per second download, 1 megabits per second upload. In 2015, it went from 4 to 25 megabits per second upload and 3 download. And I heard a lot about the fact that measuring speed is a difficult thing, but I think that this is an important point because this is why people can quote the same report and have completely different implications in terms of what we're saying is available in terms of broadband in the United States. So for example, if we use the current definition of 25 megabits per second download and 3 megabits per second upload, then in 2013, almost none of us officially had a broadband connection. I'm pretty sure I used it in 2013, but it would be difficult according to this definition. So by simply redefining the speed of broadband technology, then we very clearly immediately get very different results in terms of coverage and availability. If we stick at, say, a 10 megabits per second, which is already double what we had before in terms of the official level, then in terms of competition, what's very interesting is only using fixed terrestrial, only counting fixed terrestrial, looking at every single census block in the United States, including census blocks with no population or housing units. 83% have 2 or more operators, fixed terrestrial, that have over 10 megabits. 43% of these census blocks have 3 or more operators. That's very different from what people are stating when you're using the 25 megabits per second criteria. Now, even that looks pretty good in terms of the level of competition, but that's not even including anything else. That's not including satellite. That's not including the fact that mobile broadband is being used by 20% of U.S. households as their only means for getting connecting to the internet. So once you start adding these things, then the numbers look even more supportive of the idea that this is a very competitive market. If you just add satellite, we now go to 80% of the U.S. population would have 2 or more service providers, and 82% would have 3 or more service providers. In a similar notion, this market is changing tremendously. The traditional lines between communication services, information services, video market, all of those things are disappearing. Clear example is we're talking about 5G, the deployment of 5G, enabling mobile broadband to become a more complete substitute potentially for fixed broadband. We also see things moving in the opposite side. We have cable entry into wireless services by using a combination of their own fixed broadband networks, Wi-Fi hotspots, and MVNO agreements with MNOs. We see increased interdependence between what previously would just be wireless and what would be fixed in terms of the backhaul agreements as well as MVNO agreements, and 5G deployment would only increase the need for backhaul between the two and again reinforce these links. We see increasing deployment of content delivery networks. We see increased edge providers. We're seeing all of these things go up. All of these things are indicators of greater overall competition. So the notion that these harms need to be regulated ex ante because of a lack of last mile competition seem very far-fetched and make me think that ex post the case has to be pretty strong, have to be pretty strong to prove such problems. Now, in terms of language, and maybe I became an economist because I'm not always really good with words, but when people keep saying competitive harms and unfairness, and Chris, you made the point earlier that discrimination is not necessarily a bad thing. Price discrimination exists. Or let's think about something else. People keep saying paid prioritization, as if inherently it's like saying the devil. Paid prioritization, think about, let me just rename it. Let me call it differentiated services or like differentiated products. Is it bad that consumers have differentiated products? Is it bad to offer differentiated services? When we send things by mail, sometimes we pay for overnight delivery or two-day delivery. If you have an application that must absolutely be guaranteed that none of their packets get dropped, it can be incredibly valuable for them to have the option to pay for a guarantee. And it's not necessarily prioritization in terms of speed, but simply a higher likelihood that nothing will get dropped. That's a useful mechanism to have in the market, and not having it can prevent the innovations in other services. So this is just to point out that the language we use and the way with which people are discussing a lot of these things are implicitly assuming that any activity that we could call unfair, being competitive is a good thing. And simply saying it is discrimination or it is paid prioritization does not necessarily mean that a case needs to be brought up.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going quickly to go through the first four questions that were teed up for today's discussion. Just give some quick comments on each of them, those being, what do we think about the 2007 report and how many legs does it have? What do we think about market definition? What do we have to say about exclusion, degradation, paid prioritization, and other things that people identify as potentially anti-competitive? And what do we have to say about state and local regulation and how we ought to factor that in? For purposes of all of this, I'm just going to take it as a given that the jurisdictional debates are settled, that we're in an ex-post world, that the FTC is the agency that's going to be dealing with these issues for a while, and I'm just going to be talking about things in traditional antitrust terms. I mean, I'm comfortable with that, based on the general principle that, as a default matter in our economy, antitrust is the mechanism that we use to regulate markets. And if we deviate from that, it has to be for a particular purpose. And I'm not going to get drawn into the broader debate about whether that purpose of something deviating from traditional antitrust has been shown. At least for purposes of today, we'll just take FTC as the agency. So, point one, the 2007 Broadband Report. I was at the agency in 2007. How well does it hold up? Well, think of it in these terms. That report came out on June 27, 2007. It was 2 days later, June 29th, 2007, that Apple released the first iPhone. Now, that iPhone had been rumored. People knew it was coming, just as people knew the Broadband Report was coming. But we didn't quite know it at the time on June 29th, 2007, but the world was about to change. And it was about to change as a result of the mass proliferation of wireless broadband. So, people have talked about that all day long. That's the first big change I would identify since 2007. The second big change is that there's been a fundamental change in the architecture of distribution and interconnection, and Casey and some others spoke about this, with the rise of CDNs, more generally with the rise of networks of widely distributed proxy servers and data centers with private transmission, widely distributed that connect into the internet, into the public internet at many, many different spots. Again, fundamental change, and we're going to, I think, probably be getting back into the implications of that when we talk about exclusion and the feasibility of exclusion and degradation. So that's point one, question one. Second, market definition. How should we think about relevant markets in this industry? Well, Tom spoke about it briefly, that there is a methodology. It's the same methodology we use in every other industry. The hypothetical monopolist test was developed in the 1970s. It was adopted in the 1982 merger guidelines. It has been widely adopted by the courts in the U.S. It has been widely adopted by agencies now around the world. That's how we do it. We continue to debate the details of how it ought to be specified. But that stuff is really in the weeds. I'm not going to get into that today. But I do want to focus on one key recognition, and this, again, is right out of the guidelines. But it can be kind of head-bending for people who are not antitrust regulars, and that is, it's like relativity in physics. Industries do not have a specific, well-defined set of relevant markets. Companies do not compete in a specific set of well-defined relevant markets. Under the merger guidelines and generally under the case law, the market that is relevant in a given case will depend on the identity of the particular counterparty. If you change the counterparty, you change the markets. Think about Whole Foods. In the Whole Foods Wild Oats case, the relevant market was premium, natural, and organic supermarkets. The FTC has not identified what the relevant market was that it used for Whole Foods and Amazon, but almost certainly it was not premium, natural, and organic supermarkets. I mean, the way you think about it depends on who the counterparty is. And that's in a Section 7 case. Likewise, in Section 1, you would think about the particulars of the restraint. In Section 2, you would think about the particulars of the conduct at issue. You cannot define the market without examining in detail the facts, and not just the facts of the industry, but the facts of the particular activity at issue. So for purposes of today, I'm not even going to try. And actually, I would say that to the extent people did try, they probably got it highly generalized in a way that almost certainly is going to be wrong in the context of the particular case. Over time, there will develop what's essentially a common law of relevant markets in the industry, but that's going to take a while to develop. So that's question 2. Question 3, how should we think about exclusion and the way the question reads, other anti-competitive conduct such as preferential pricing? And yes, there is a bias in there that I'm going to talk about. Exclusion and anti-competitive practices. Those largely remain, I think, a theoretical concern that are not materially present in the context of the markets that we're discussing today. Antitrust generally does not deal with inchoate fears. It doesn't deal with boogeymen. If there is a credible claim that is presented, it can be addressed by the FTC or DOJ or private litigation through traditional techniques. I'm familiar with sort of the one-offs. I mean, people mention BitTorrent, people mention Madison River like they're epithets. And on that, I guess all I would say is that the most dangerous phrases I'm familiar with in legislation and rulemaking are, we need to make sure this never happens again, right? Because once you start doing that, people lose sight of the trade-offs and the balances. And in general, if it's exclusion that we're worried about, if it becomes a problem, people can deal with it at the time. I deal with exclusion in a way that I think is fundamentally different from preferential pricing, paid prioritization. Those concerns, I think, are fundamentally ill-placed for the reasons that Michelle started to get into, but I'm going to elaborate on that for a second. I don't mean to say that they can never be problematic, but we know that price discrimination is often efficiency enhancing. Chris, you said that it's sometimes efficiency enhancing. I would go stronger than that. I'd say it is generally efficiency enhancing. And we have known for at least a century that it is necessary for efficiency in high fixed cost, low marginal cost industries, right? I mean, that's Ramsey pricing. And, as a general matter, paid prioritization of various types is pervasive in service industries. Michelle mentioned one. Let's think about airlines. If we're talking about moving people, you have Y fares and anytime fares. You also those will put you on the next plane. And that's going to be a preference that is not available to somebody who wants to pay for a cheaper fare, right? I mean, that is generally viewed not as something that is adverse, but efficiency enhancing. And finally, I'm just going to speak very briefly about state and local regulation. The question is, do they affect market participants in a way that limit competition and innovation? And at the risk of yet overrunning my time a little bit further, I will say, undoubtedly they have that effect. They always do in every industry. But you need to look at the specifics case by case to see what the effects are. And I think in general, what I would say is that this agency for at least 5 decades has had a competition advocacy program that people referred to on the prior panel. The agency has made a habit of going to state and local governments and other federal agencies and saying, guys, be careful about what you're doing. We know you think those regulations are well-intended. We know you think they're designed to protect some constituency, but they're having adverse collateral effects. Have you thought about this? And that's going to be true, any time that state and local regulators start meddling in broadband or anything else. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, thanks very much. So if I could change the law, I'd reinstate the 2015 net neutrality rules and repeal the common carrier exemption that keeps the FTC from regulating common carriers. Assuming just for the moment I don't have the power to do that, let's talk about current law, and I'm honored to be with this distinguished panel to do so. So I want to make 4 points. First of all, according to the FCC data, competition in fixed broadband is dominated by 0 providers, monopoly providers, duopoly markets. Secondly, we have a record from the world of mergers of competitive harms that can arise, and I think that record is important for the FTC to consider as it thinks about enforcement actions. Thirdly, the FTC has a toolkit that it can use. Section 5, the boundaries of which can be discussed, and Commissioner Chopra's recent suggestion to use rulemaking. I think this is a sector that's particularly fit to meet the criteria he outlined. And then fourthly, as a competition advocate, the FTC has told states when they were out of line, for example, on the licensing of professions, municipal broadband should be the next step that the FTC takes, advocating for the repeal of laws that prevent municipalities from deciding whether they want to engage in broadband activities, either directly or through private-public partnerships. So let me just do those briefly. On the most recent FCC data we have, the Ookla data from last year suggests that the average download speed in the second and third quarters of 2018 was 96.25 megabits, and the upload speed was about 33. That's consistent with statistics we heard earlier. But so take 96. At the way the FCC cuts the data at 100 megs download, 11% of U.S. census blocks have no access to broadband, a third have 1, 37% have access to only 2, 0, monopoly, duopoly. Even at lower speeds, it's relatively rare for census blocks to have as many as 3 choices, which we would normally think in antitrust as a rationally competitive market, maybe 4 to 3 mergers not being always approved. But census blocks, for the reasons Gigi Sohn say, overstate the level of competition anyway. And there's an important language question here. There's a tendency to talk about new entrants in this space as overbuilders. That may be relevant to engineers, but the FTC has a much simpler term to use. It's competition, more competition. And the research we have suggests that more competition makes a difference. There's a report by the analysis group that found material price declines associated with a third provider and increased quality. A paper by Molar and Savage also finding quality increases. When the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, looked at municipal broadband in an order that was struck down by the Sixth Circuit on legal grounds, but whose factual foundation I think is strong, it found that in both Chattanooga and Wilson, North Carolina, the emergence of municipal broadband had the expected effect that competition brings. The incumbent responded by lowering prices or keeping prices flat instead of raising them and increasing quality. So none of this is surprising. This is what we think from antitrust. More competition will deliver more benefits to consumers. But secondly, we do have reasons to believe that harm can arise under antitrust standards of harm to competition. So think about the merger cases that have been reviewed since Comcast NBC about a decade ago. The threats that have been found include higher interconnection fees. This is what the staff of the DOJ thought was happening, would have happened in the Comcast-Time Warner merger when it found that interconnection fees increased based on the size of a broadband provider, and such fees could disable competition. Data caps, the subject of a condition in the AT&T DirecTV merger review conducted by the FCC. Contract terms that can harm downstream rivals, the DOJ's consent decree and the Charter Time Warner Cable merger that talked about MFNs, most favored nation clauses specifically, and those that allow the cherry picking of terms, and of course input foreclosure. Now we've just had a litigation in which Michael participated on this.
Actually, I did all 4 of those.
I only picked them for that purpose. But this isn't a new theory, right? It goes back to Comcast NBCU, where the DOJ and the FCC both looked at the possibility of input foreclosure, and indeed the FCC had some conditions on this. So, look, this is not novel that harm in a competitive sense can arise. This brings us both to the application of, in the conduct sphere, the Sherman Act, of course, but also Section 5, right? Unfair methods of competition was enacted as an incipiency statute. It was enacted in light of the Sherman Act's prohibitions, but with the desire that the FTC have additional room to maneuver to stop competition. Invitations to collude being a relatively well-established use of Section 5. Now, I think the toolkit exists for the FTC to act here. In particular, I think it's useful to note Commissioner Chopra's suggestion that rulemaking authority could be used to define unfair methods of competition. And I think in this sector, the key criteria are met that Commissioner Chopra established. We have an extensive enforcement record from both merger and regulatory proceedings involving the Federal Trade Commission, the Department of Justice, and the Federal Communications Commission. And there's little, if any, reason, I think, to believe that private antitrust action will shape the conduct of the industry. So I think the FTC should both consider theories of harm based on the kinds of harms we see in the merger reviews and consider Commissioner Chopra's recommendation. Finally, it's right that the Federal Trade Commission puts a great deal of emphasis on its role as a competition advocate. This has been very, very important. As I noted briefly above, it has advocated for the repeal of state laws that are unduly restrictive in the licensing of professions. But I think that it ought to also oppose and not seek the repeal of state laws that prevent municipal broadband, municipalities from considering involvement in broadband. I don't mean by that to say that every municipality should make the decision to go forward, merely that they should have the choice to do so. Because as we look at it, what we see is a variety of different models being used. Sometimes network economies coming out of electric utilities, either as, for example, in Chattanooga or rural co-ops. Sometimes, as in Amen, Idaho, an open access network that private companies can use to reach consumers, providing the service through the private companies. Sometimes on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, Kent County, Maryland, which has fiber built to government buildings but allows private sector entities to build laterals off of that to decrease the cost of investment, and again, it's the private entities that are providing the service. Just this month, the city of Tacoma, Washington, took a big step when it laid out plans to consider the use of 2 private entities to operate what has been its municipal broadband network, in which they commit to net neutrality, to provide substantially lower costs to low-income residents, and to upgrade the system to gigabit speeds in 3 years. The point is, there's lots of different things happening at the municipal level where there's that freedom. I think it's good for competition. I think it lowers prices, increases quality, speeds innovation when there is more competition. So just one last point. The idea that the FTC should engage in this is not a new idea. In 2005, then Commissioner Leibowitz gave a speech to local officials, which he said, local governments have long been laboratories of experimentation. If they want to give their residents affordable internet access, they should be allowed to try without being foreclosed by federal or state laws. I think that statement was right then. I think it's right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
So I'd like to thank the FCC good slip, FTC, you know where I used to work. Okay, FTC very much for inviting me today, although I may curse you for putting me last. I think I've been largely preempted by the early speakers. Let me say one thing, actually, since John and I mentioned some of my past clients. I have worked on the issue of net neutrality for private clients, none of whom are retaining me to work on that now, and what I have to say doesn't represent their views. And also, because I didn't fill out my financial disclosure, I should say the only entity or person paying for me to be here is I am, and then Jennifer Hobart is paying half of it. She happens to be my wife, and unlike Beto O'Rourke, she and I have a 50-50 partnership, although admittedly that's because California's a community property state. So I guess think of what I'm going to say as a summary, or maybe a summary of what the first three speakers said, because while I agree with a lot of what John said, to some I don't. But so my topic is, what's the point of today's hearing? It seems like there are two possibilities at a broad level. So one is you say, look, broadband markets have certain features that have to be taken into account when we're applying economy-wide antitrust policies. So understanding traffic management, for example, seems it's important, even if you're just going to try to apply plain old antitrust. Another view is that broadband markets are so different that we need special policies, including different standards, different procedures. So, for example, really that's the approach of trying to recreate net neutrality regulation as much as possible through other means. And this is not going to surprise anybody who knows me. You can summarize my introductory remarks as follows. I think the first approach makes a lot of sense, and the second one should be rejected. Now, what are the sorts of features you could point to for either? Well, we've actually heard some debate on the panel, but I guess I come down on that the markets are concentrated, at least to date. It's clear, though, people are getting more options, or have been getting more options as time has gone by on the fixed side and in rural areas, satellite. And I think a really big question on this is what's going to happen with 5G, and there really is a chance that concentration will be reduced dramatically. But in any event, it's a feature to take into account. It's a feature that lots of markets have. I mean, that's where we focus our antitrust attention. It's already hinted at. And the second one is that technological issues are often at the fore. I mean, issues of if you're trying to get into something, discrimination or not, you may end up having to get a lot into the details of traffic management, measures of congestion, understanding cost structure. Third is that these markets or the services provided are very important, and indeed, they're core modern infrastructure. And then fourth is that they're examples, broadband providers are examples of multi-sided platforms. They're connecting end users with each other, but they're also connecting end users with a bunch of innovative content providers or app providers, and I'll just use those terms very broadly. Now that last one, I think, raises a couple of issues potentially. One is what's known as the terminating access problem or terminating monopolist problem, that if the end user makes a choice of broadband provider and only has a single broadband provider, you've now made the de facto choice for all those content providers that want to get a hold of or exchange traffic with that person, and that can create some issues. But actually I think what's gotten the most attention is that there's this whole question of, well, wait, these are a bunch of innovative edge providers. Don't we have to worry then, shouldn't we focus a lot on whether that innovation and entry and whatever is going to be harmed? And my own view is that actually more than sort of the economics of the situation or the consumer benefits of the situation reflects what I would say is maybe the dominant fifth feature of these markets, which is they have extremely powerful and very self-entitled users in the form of a lot of tech companies, which I think has shaped the debate, I think in some ways in unhelpful ways. So let's talk about the potential responses to these features. So I would say there's sort of the type 2 approach, which is what I was saying, can we recreate net neutrality? which I might describe in a somewhat facetious, but unfortunately not entirely facetious, of let's protect and favor certain edge providers. And that would have such components as we should ban charging content providers or app providers, right? That's often defended under the rubric of we want to allow permissionless innovation, but I would say it's really something very different, saying you can't charge them at all, ban paid prioritization, possibly have blanket structural separations, something that Senator Warren has proposed, not necessarily for broadband providers, I'm not sure they would meet her revenue targets, but she has re-raised the issue of whether we should start having separation such as we had previously in telecom. And I would note one thing on that, if you are going to think about a separations policy, I think one that should be very concerned about municipal broadband if you're going to have the same entity. And John talked about a variety of different arrangements, but if you're going to have one where it's literally the city providing it or having a financial interest in it, and they are also the ones who grant access to streets and everything else to their potential competitors, that's exactly the kind of problem that people normally worry about when they want to have separation. So I think that's, if you're going to go that route, you'd want to think about it there. Now, I think those, and I've written about this and I don't have time here, these different things of banning charging the edge providers, banning paid prioritization, or separations, all have problems for specific reasons. So, for example, the permissionless innovation thing, that's not a reason not to charge. I mean, it's almost impossible to innovate without electricity, but nobody says, oh, you need to make sure that edge providers get their electricity for free, right? What you would want to make sure is that someone didn't somehow discriminate against particular providers and somehow try to use electricity pricing or access to it to harm them, but the mere fact that they have to pay for it is not saying they're required to get permission, and I think the same thing applies here. But let me just summarize more general arguments. I think so. One is, if we think that the antitrust regime we have, the competition policy regime we have generally works, what's the reason for abandoning those general principles? Now, what some people would say is, well, they don't work here. We got to go so much faster. But I think as both Howard and Michelle touched on, and actually I think Bill as well, the effects of these practices, in fact, are very fact-specific. I mean, and you really do need to look at them to know what's right. I think the general principles are correct, but those general principles don't give you a one-size-fits-all answer. And so I think this approach of essentially trying to build into the standard, just say, okay, look, if you have paid prioritization, that must, by definition, be anti-competitive, I think is a big mistake. I think you really have to, if you're going to go that route, and attack paid prioritization, you're going to need to look at specific cases and explain why the particular case at issue is anti-competitive, because it's certainly not true in general. I think the other problem with going down this road of trying to have special antitrust for particular firms is you're going to get into fights over what the labels are, and also you're going to get distortions in firm behavior as they try to avoid falling within the disfavored category. So again, it's slightly different than what we're talking about, but say with Senator Warren's proposal that has a certain financial trigger that if your revenues get over a certain size, then these obligations fall on you. That of course creates all sorts of incentives to try to stay under that size, either by possibly raising your prices to actually drive down your profits or revenues because they're so high, or by some sort of corporate restructuring, and I have no doubt that people would come up with very creative things. Okay, the alternative approach is to say, okay, look, these are really important markets, and it is a threat to innovation, and I certainly agree there can be problems, and there can be, they could be quite serious for the economy, but that says we need to work hard to get it right, which I think means then you should redouble our efforts under the traditional framework, and we should focus on exclusion that represents true harm to competition. Now, a problem with saying that is it's really not very well settled what it means to harm competition. At least my current thinking, and I guess in this I'll be a little sympathetic to Gigi about, well, who knows, maybe 10 years from now I'll have a different view, but my current thing is that the no economic sense test is the best we have these days, which is to say you look at conduct by the firm, say it's some sort of refusal to deal, and you'd ask, well, did the broadband firm actually have a reason to refuse to deal that was something other than, well, we don't want you competing against our subsidiary because we realize it would hurt our profits that way. Okay, and so you're saying this is conduct that makes no economic sense but for harming a rival. Now, that test is not the same as trying to maximize welfare. There are times where if you thought the right thing to do is maximize consumer surplus or total surplus, it gives you the wrong answer. And it also can be extremely hard to apply in practice, but I think it turns out it looks better than the alternatives. So my recommendation would be that we basically stick to what we've been doing, try to, the FTC should educate itself as much as it can on these issues. I actually, having worked at the DOJ and the FCC, both on the staff of both, on telecom issues, think that the general agencies are actually quite capable of developing the industry-specific expertise necessary, and I think it's actually a really good thing that they then do that within the context of a broader economy-wide perspective, because it actually, I think, leads to clearer thinking, because you don't get caught up in sort of sometimes what can be sort of industry fads. So finally, let me say that I'm really against what I might think of as sort of a type 1.5 approach, which is where we try to use antitrust to recreate net neutrality. I personally am quite concerned and would not want to see the Commission try to use Section 5 to say, okay, we can start coming up with a quasi-regulatory regime. And very last, to be clear, and I think Bill and Michelle have already said this, but paid prioritization is not necessarily discrimination. It may, in fact, disallowing paid prioritization while having some firms still get different priorities, that would be discrimination. And it certainly need not be exclusionary. And again, banning paid prioritization can have the effect of excluding an entrant that would otherwise wanted to have purchased a special quality of service as a way to differentiate itself as an entering edge provider and get a foothold in the market. And in fact, banning paid prioritization, my own view is, on balance, is actually something that favors incumbent edge providers, particularly the really large ones, because they already have workarounds and they can have their own network, something I think we'll talk about later, and also because it prevents an entrant from coming up with a niche or a unique strategy. And similarly, the notion that charging content providers for broadband access, that must be anti-competitive, I think is just flat out wrong. I'll stop there.
Well, Mitch, you have landed on a number of issues that we're going to be discussing in our hypotheticals, so thank you for that, and thank you for everyone. If we could move to the first hypothetical, please. So what we're going to do is we have a series of hypotheticals prepared, touching on different aspects, and the idea is to draw out how the FTC could be thinking about any of these fact patterns. Our first one is essentially an ISP supports or allows traffic from a video conferencing application for 2 years until it discontinues the traffic or the support. As a result, the ISP's customers can no longer access the program. The ISP says that it discontinued the service because the program uses too much data. The press reports that the ISP is developing a competing video conferencing service, although that service is not yet available to consumers. And so I think for each of these hypotheticals, we're going to ask, 3 really broad questions. One is there anything here that you think would either be pro-competitive, anti-competitive, or competitively neutral? The second is what would be the harm to consumers? And the third would be, if there was a violation, how would we prove it? And as a corollary, what would we look at in terms of the relevant market? So beginning with the first one, if I could get everyone's sort of short analysis on what they think in terms of the pro-competitive benefits, anti-competitive effects, or competitively neutral position here. I'm happy to start with whomever would like to go first.
All right, I'll say something. I think it's really going to depend. This thing of saying they discontinued it because it uses too much data. I mean, if you were going to start, I'm not sure I would start looking even based on this, but if you did start looking, you'd want to, I think you'd start wanting to ask, well, okay, what are the other services? What do they mean by too much data? Are they saying that somehow it's because it's really uneven across their users and they want to, they feel that that's what's causing the problem? Or are they saying that somehow it's so high and it's at such peaks that it's actually that by itself, which arguably Netflix has done, that some broadband providers is forcing them to make additional investment? I think you'd really want to know what it is they meant by that, because it could mean a lot of things. And what I guess the worst fact pattern is you say, well, it turns out there are a bunch of applications that put that sort of demand on the system, but they've just picked on this one.
Okay, so you'd want to be asking how many other applications are using data at similar levels so that you'd be able to see what the entire ecosystem looks like. That's very helpful. Does anyone else have anything?
Yeah, I mean, there are two things I'd want to know right away, which is, what do things look like in the relevant markets?
Mm-hmm.
So what alternatives are there to the ISP that is cutting off this video conferencing service? Are there alternative pathways through which customers can get to a video conference service? On the other hand, what are the alternatives to a video conference service over an ISP? What are the alternative ways that kind of communication might take place? It's very possible that there's no harm to anybody from this conduct, that it's purely a network management issue. And if consumers can say, okay, we can't do video conferencing over that ISP, we can go over an alternative network, or we don't need video conferencing of that kind, we can do something else. If there are close alternatives, then that would say to me, this is not really something worth investigating. So I think the underlying market structures and the relevant markets are going to matter entirely to your questions about consumer welfare. Now, we're at the case, if you take the hard case, this is an ISP that has a huge market share, and video conferencing is something that people really need.
Mm-hmm.
There's high elasticity of demand, and there are relatively few close alternatives, so relatively low cross elasticity to alternatives. That would tell me, okay, then we'd have to know, getting to Michael's point, what really are the trade-offs? Was this really a network management issue, and was it being managed in return for higher valued uses? If there really was no scarcity and that was a pretense, then we fall into a competition question, and we would be in the realm of asking an antitrust question.
Anyone else have anything?
So a couple of other thoughts. The first is I think we'd want to know what do we mean by support or discontinuation of support. Those terms can mean a lot of different things in this context.
Yeah, I think the hardest sort of fact pattern would be if they just blocked it. Right? Yeah. That's
so just clearing and treating it as if it were totally undifferentiated.
Yes.
And then versus blocking. So, in that case, I think we get down to Howard's analysis, but I think I would say two other things. The first, picking up on Mike's point, is that in terms of the legal standard here, this is the sort of hypothetical where a no economic sense test probably makes sense. The law hasn't completely alighted on that, but it's been sort of moving in that direction since, the late 1990s. And, that's probably the standard that at least I would think of as being the one that you would bring to bear in thinking about these issues. The other thing I would...
But how would you apply that here?
Well, that's always the issue with the no economic sense test, and DOJ has been hung up on that for since the 1990s. Right. I mean, that was one of the big issues in the monopolization report and the back and forth on the monopolization report a decade ago.
Yeah.
The other thing I would observe is, sort of linking this back to the issue of paid prioritization. Right, video conferencing isn't exactly telepresence, but telepresence is sort of the classic illustration of a circumstance where it's really expensive. Expensive not for the consumer necessarily, but it's expensive to run over a well-defined network. And if you have financing for it built in, then suddenly it alters the analysis of something like this completely. To me, this hypothetical is the perfect illustration of why it is that banning differential pricing potentially is anti-consumer.
Can you explain that a little bit more in terms of what you're thinking of with respect to differential pricing? Where would the differential pricing come in this hypothetical?
Well, it could come in any of a number. Michelle's been nodding her head up and down, so I'm glad to cede the floor to you. But presumably, ultimately, the incidence of it ultimately is going to depend on sort of elasticities as you run everything through. But But in the first instance, I would think that the pricing structure probably would involve some sort of payment by the app to the ISP, seeking in a sense, indemnifying the ISP for the extraordinary expenses they're facing in dealing with the data.
Okay, so there would be an assumption that if I understand you correctly, that the video conferencing app was paying the ISP in exchange for the extra data usage and.
Yeah, now presumably some of this is ultimately channeling through to the consumer as well.
Right.
So how it all ultimately sorts out could be any of a number of different ways, but that's how I think the flow of funds probably would work. I mean, it makes a different sense.
Just one thing on that. I mean, some of these issues are coming up. There's this sort of fundamental question, I think, about how much ISPs rely on pricing versus network management and various sort of quantity restraints. Because if the ISP were pricing to consumers on a traffic-sensitive basis, then arguably this issue wouldn't come up at all. You would just say, fine, if they want to do it, they can pay for it. So, I mean, I think I think it may increasingly be an issue, and I think it's one thing also to put to the ISP. It says, okay, if you're offering everybody all you can eat, unlimited service, then how are you at the same time telling us that you have all these capacity issues? And they may have explanations for that, but I think that is something you'd want to explore.
Yeah. John?
Can I just, so a couple of antitrust doctrines that come to mind here. One is, and this may be how the hypothetical was created, it has some resemblance to Aspen skiing, right? And just remind me if I got this right, but two ski operators, one with 3 slopes, one with 1. They've worked together jointly for some period of time. The one with 3 says to the smaller one, no go, no more unified passes. Importantly to the court's decision, refuses to allow the joint pass even if the smaller ski slope pays retail, right? So that may be a no economic sense test, right? It's just, why would they give up the revenue except for the predatory or exclusionary goal? But the other aspect of Aspen skiing that people talk about is some notion of reliance. In other words, that the business was engaged in this for some period of time. The 2 years is an interesting question, right? Because it's in the past. Is it long enough? We don't really know. But it's a question that I think arises here. The second theory question that I think arises has to do with the scope of Section 5, right? I mean, I think Howard is right. One looks at downstream harm to users, let's just call them consumers just for the moment, to consumers if it's a perfectly competitive market or if nobody actually cares about video conferencing. But Howard ended by rightly saying, imagine that the ISP has significant big market share and the consumers want it, and there's consumer harm because competition is being limited. A rival is being disabled in coming to the market. Well, that poses a serious competition question. One might use the no economic sense test that's been, the Justice Department has been advocating under the Sherman Act. One could look under Section 5, and there's scholarship that supports this notion, to ask whether an entity with market power engaging in conduct that affects a different market but disabling competition has acted with an unfair method of competition. Mm-hmm. And if there's no real rationale for the conduct, and if there's going to be consumer harm, then that would seem that it might qualify under the Sherman Act. But if it didn't, it might be a fit place to apply Section 5.
Yeah, but this isn't Aspen. This is official airline guides. Right. I mean, Aspen, Aspen had the character, if the ISP itself was already in the space to a limited degree.
Maybe we should go to the next hypothetical.
Okay.
Right, because I think that the what if, so we have a hypothetical one and then we have a what if. So I want to get this on there. Right, so then the question is, what if they've been supporting the video conferencing application for 2 years, including their own service. Now that their own service is more established, they discontinue support. So it's not exactly Aspen skiing, but I think it kind of gets to what you were.
Yeah. So that's the key difference. I mean, the first one was OAG. This is getting closer to Aspen, and I mean, Aspen, or for that matter, there's sort of an overlay of Lorraine Journal in this is certainly is certainly an otter tail aspect to this. So, tougher case.
So, yeah, let me jump in on that. I mean, I think this is actually the case that is probably of most interest when we're thinking about network neutrality. We can talk about all the what ifs, but really what the concern is about is exactly this case. And maybe there weren't multiple video conferencing applications for 2 years, but you could tweak this a little bit. The ISP was the innovator, right. And then you had superior alternatives, or at least alternatives coming in, asking for carriage and getting discriminated against, downgraded, or outright blocked. And I think these are really the hard questions. And I think that when we are talking about the institutional setting of enforcement in broadband, this really pushes the issue of whether ex post authority can work. And I think there are two aspects to that question, okay? One aspect of the ex post authority is, can we identify the problems and remedy them quickly enough if we had the legal authority to intervene, okay? So I think there are going to be people who differ on those views. We heard on the last panel, Gigi being very concerned, for example, about time. And you can't identify these problems and move quickly enough. If that's the case, that may be something that drives you more towards ex ante. I actually think that there's pretty good track record, and I think, Suzanne, you were defending the agency on this, and as a former agency person, I'm going to join you in defending. I do think that there is the ability to identify problems, and then you've got injunctive relief going forward for all that kind of problem. Here is the question, though. Under what theory do you go after this? And I think John has really sort of hit on something that is tricky. Aspen today, as we sit here, is good law on its facts. Its facts very, very rarely come up, and its facts are up for consideration right now in the Seventh Circuit in the Comcast Via Media case. So if I were to look back at Trinco and channel Justice Scalia, and by the way, the virtually entire court that sided with him in that case, I would say, well, right now, I don't think Aspen really has much viability if it goes up to the Supreme Court. So refusal to deal as an antitrust theory under Section 2 is, I think, on very thin ice.
Of course, Howard, if Justice Scalia's dissent in Brand X had been adopted by the court, we wouldn't have this problem.
I think that's actually quite right. That's exactly right. Let me go back, though, to the Section 2, because then we would have the enforcement authority under the broader standard of the right, FCC, but we don't. So now we're back in FTC land. Section 2, this is going to be a very questionable kind of claim, I think, going forward. So I think there is a reasonable question to ask, what does Section 5 buy us? If refusal to deal under this what-if hypothetical is at the outer boundary of Section 2, as the Supreme Court said in Trinco, then I think we have a serious question about, okay, that boundary could shift. Does Section 5 buy a little bit more margin for that boundary? And is there a theory that the FTC can articulate under Section 5? There are advantages to doing that. You get more scope under Section 5 because there isn't a private right of action. The courts have held that you go beyond what is cognizable under Section 1 and Section 2, at least the authority does. So you could conceivably, and there's not fining authority, okay, at least for these kinds of actions. So you actually are in a perhaps lower harm realm for innovation in what constitutes harm, where you can have injunctive release going forward, don't do this, that doesn't lead to follow-on private actions. So I guess there is a question of whether Section 5 can get at this in a way that is undergirded by a meaningful competition theory, a deceptive or unfair action that is well articulated, and that doesn't open up the floodgates for, let's say, a less well-considered set of actions every time somebody doesn't want to deal with a competitor, because there's a lot of, I think, value in what the courts have said about the hazards of mandatory dealing with rivals.
And actually, but I think that I'm glad that you guys are digging in so much on this hypothetical. We have another hypothetical that isn't in the blocking context, but is more in the throttling context. So maybe this is a good time to move on to that one.
Can I just say one thing about Section 5, though? If what happens to you in the end is you're told to stop what you were doing, and that's all that happens to you, I have to say then I do have sympathy for the people who start advocating for net neutrality, because if you're talking about these things about trying to kill off entrants, why not try? Right? I mean, and if it takes several years to do it. I mean, the one thing about treble damages and follow-on private suits is it can make it extremely expensive, even though you may kill off the entrant, you may be living with the consequences for a long time. If here is, look, we win, they're gone. If we lose, okay, they're here.
Yeah, I guess my answer to that would be there's nothing that requires the entrant to be dead, right? I mean, the point is you would come in and say, hey, we're suddenly getting cut off, and the FTC can say, all right, let's find out what's going on. And you go in, you get an injunction against, against that while you figure out.
That's the thing, you need to get the injunction early on. I guess that's it.
Oh, absolutely.
You need to get it up front. Okay.
And I just have a quick question on the Section 5 authority, because it's something that we have heard mentioned several times today in the antitrust sphere as well as in the consumer protection sphere, and that is something that Howard alluded to. Is there, for those who are advocating for its use, is there a limited category of conduct that those who are advocating for would say that it should apply to, in light of the Commission's 2015 statement on Section 5, and in light of the Commission's recent standalone actions only applying to invitations to collude?
So I think the 2015 statement is a good way to think about it, right? Because as I understood the Commission's statement, it was basically endorsing a rule of reason approach. And I think the question of Section 5 in this context, assuming the market structure plays out in a way that there's a meaningful competition question, is just that. Is there harm being done to competition through an intentional act by the ISP that has little or no pro-competitive benefit? In other words, there might not be monopoly power under Section 2. There might not be the basis for an attempted monopolization claim under Section 2, but what we're looking for here is harm to competition. And if there is harm to competition, then I think it's a serious question for the FTC, and I think consistent with the 2015 statement that Section 5 be considered. I mean, after all, invitation to collude, to just open it up slightly, is unfair under Section 5, despite the absence of the kind of agreement that Section 1 of the Sherman Act requires. So it's an extension because the threat of competitive harm is so close to that what would be accomplished were there an agreement. Well, here, one would be saying if the same kind of competitive harm results, even if some of the criteria and the significant market power and limited competition, then the strictures of Section 2 shouldn't limit Section 5 any more than the strictures of Section 1 would preclude enforcement against invitations to collude.
Great. Let's move on to the second hypothetical. An ISP has 60% market share in the relevant market. It does not provide a voice over internet protocol service, but several VoIP providers offer over-the-top service available via the ISP. The ISP enters into a contract with a VoIP provider who pays a fee to the ISP in exchange for preferred network management. A public interest group files a complaint with the FTC that customers of the over-the-top VoIP services are experiencing service disruptions. So similar kickoff to hypothetical 1 is this conduct that generally the antitrust laws should be concerned about?
Well, if I were thinking of defending this, I think the first thing I'd want to be talking about would be that 60% share and what you have in the denominator, because if it's voice service you're talking about, it's not clear to me that that these things don't compete. The fact that somebody has, even if it's a well-defined 60% of last mile to the home, for purposes of voice service, I think we would want to think pretty hard about what the right market is.
And I also say, if you get past the issue of the market power screen, I think a central question would be, do they offer these contract terms to everybody? Because I don't think you want to look in terms of discrimination being defined as you get unequal outcomes. It's using, you want to look at what's discrimination, unequal opportunities.
I would want to know this is phrased very passively. OTT VoIP services are experiencing service disruptions. Mistakes were made. The question is why? Are they experiencing it because of network congestion? In which case, it's perfectly logical for a VoIP provider to pay for some assurance that there won't be network disruptions, because VoIP service isn't terribly useful if you get a lot of disruptions. So is this something that is happening just because of traffic jams, rather passively? Or is the network creating service disruptions for those VoIP providers in a discriminatory way? I think those are two very different things in terms of their relevance for the competition analysis.
Well, as in a lot of the cases that we look at, there's often a benign explanation, and then you have to dig deeper to see whether that explanation is actually borne out by the facts, or whether there's it's a pretext for something else. And that's another question that I would say for folks who are familiar with the technology or the industry, and how is that something that a fact finder would get to the bottom of?
I think so Bill's point about product market is an excellent one. That's the one that starts. But let's just assume that there's some limited product market here, just to make the conversation more interesting. I think one of the questions one would want to know is, what does it mean to have preferred network management? I think I'm picking up on something that Howard said. If not, I apologize to Howard. But the question is sort of, what is happening on the network? So look, I know everybody doesn't like this phrase, everybody else in the panel, but when the FCC adopted its rule on paid prioritization, its underlying logic was that if there was value to be given through paid prioritization, it's because there was congestion on the network. Therefore, there was something that was worth paying to avoid. And by the way, the avoidance was going to make the congestion for everybody else worse. That was the theory, okay? The theory could be examined here, and I do think the underlying nature of what's happening on the network would be important to understanding what's being offered, what's the value that's being conveyed, what's the purpose for which the preference is being given. The second aspect to it is, there is something here of the FTC's consumer protection jurisdiction, right? Because the notion here is that a public interest group files a complaint saying that service disruptions are occurring. I don't think we should spend a lot of time on it because this is a competition panel, but I do think it's important to note that the FTC, with both pieces of jurisdiction, may find that there are instances where they both apply, and this hypothetical could be one.
I just want to kind of reiterate that notice both of these hypotheticals get back to some notion of paid prioritization. And the idea that if the problem is congestion, paid prioritization can be an optimal way for the services who find it necessary for their business model to achieve a certain outcome. And I certainly agree with Michael that this would be an issue more that, are they offering that option to everyone? But in a market, the idea is you should be allowed to offer different products or different services at different prices. That's not inherently wrong. And when there's an assumption that you're inherently harming others, you're also making an implicit assumption that there's no endogeneity in terms of your investment, that profitability may not change how much capacity you invest in. So the idea that you can't allow a market to create success on one side because that inherently implies failure in another, that's not accurate.
But can I say, Michelle, if I can, that wasn't the theory that the FCC acted on. It acted on the notion that there was a factual record. And people, one can debate the factual record.
I would argue that the 2015 Open Internet Order was not based on a factual record. I, in fact, read through it very closely, and I can tell you that there were very few facts in there.
I read it a little myself.
A lot
of a lot of facts.
So, actually, holding aside the order and
15 minutes left.
Just one thing, I agree with Michelle on that. But let's suppose the facts were that there's just a fixed number of bits they're going to be able to send over in some time period. Using the price system to allocate them and saying that people who pay more get more is the virtue of the price system, and that's how it works to get efficient allocations. Now, that's not to say there couldn't be a problem, and I think, but if one thought about applying the no economic sense test, you might look and ask, okay, why are they experiencing service disruptions? And if they're doing it just because there really is a scarce capacity and it's being reallocated, I don't see that as a problem. On the other hand, I think what some people have worried about is that the ISP would actually take actions where they would spend money to degrade the service, and the only reason you'd be doing that is because it would be harming competition in a way that the other VoIP provider would pay for, and that would be a problem. So I think we also we need to unpack some of what's in the FCC's theory. When is it just sort of what I would think is efficient resource allocation, but some people don't like that, versus when is it that they really are taking actions? And that's where I think we see that in the investment debate, too, as Michelle brings up the one that says, look, you can invest in more capacity. There are people who have gone out and said, well, we think actually, to take supporting the view John has, that we think they're going to invest less in capacity in order to disadvantage the other VoIP providers.
So if we continue on to our tweak to this hypothetical, which is what if the ISP prevents customers from using the over-the-top VoIP services altogether? Does that change folks'
One thing you mean other than the one that paid them?
Right, so there's several.
Just to be clear.
Right. The alternative ones, so now they have an arrangement with one VoIP provider, but no other VoIP providers. It's not simply that it's degraded, but that they're not permitted on the network. Well, let me ask another question.
Well, I mean, if you want, sorry, I was going to let somebody else go. But on the, I mean, that one, I think you'd have to. I mean, it seems suspicious on its face, but you'd want to understand what's the reason for having an exclusive relationship. And again, to be a bit of a broken record, if you thought about doing this under the no economic sense test, you'd say, well, wait, why does it make sense not to have your customers have access to a whole bunch of VoIP providers? Wouldn't that make them more willing to pay for broadband service? So either they're going to have to say, well, it turns out all the other ones have some incredibly inefficient technology that unduly burdens us, and we'd be happy for them to be on if they could meet these standards, which I think is unlikely to be the case here. Or if they could say, well, it turns out, I mean, this one I think it's hard to say. If you could come up with something that there's some sort of specialized investment, maybe, but I think this one seems pretty suspicious.
So to ask a legal question, assuming that the ISP here clearly had market power in an appropriately defined relevant market, and this was an exclusive deal, assuming there was a cognizable basis for antitrust concern, what are the merits of bringing this as a Section 2 versus a Section 1 case? Is there any approach to one versus the other that folks would comment on?
Well, just right. I assume that you picked 60% because the case law under Section 2 is uncertain as to whether that constitutes a monopoly share under Section 2, right? I mean, just to give the case law, a general understanding of 75% is sufficient. The cases don't say it can't be lower, right? So one could assert that, and and market power can exist at lower shares of the market, as exemplified by Michael's excellent testimony in the American Express case, which the Supreme Court sadly failed to give due regard to. But so the advantage of Section 1, just axiomatic for antitrust lawyers, is all it requires is an agreement in order to invoke the, let's say, rule of reason test. And it avoids the need to debate the monopoly share. Now, that's the reason why many plaintiffs prefer Section 1 as a way to go forward. It doesn't mean that there isn't rigor in Section 1, but it does mean this particular question doesn't have to be answered.
Terrific. Well, let's move on to our third hypothetical, which I will say also has a 60% share, but if you want to sort of take it in terms of a 70-75, please go ahead. So here we have an ISP and a content delivery network who each, as I say, have 60% share of the relevant markets. The ISP and the CDN enter into a merger agreement. There's no direct overlap between the services offered by the merging parties. However, the ISP plans to integrate the CDN service into its network and only offer the CDN content to its customers.
Well, I don't think the 60% hurdle is as significant in Section 7 as it is in Section 2. So we're in the merger context here. And I think we're in a fairly conventional, vertical merger context. Looking at these facts on its face, this would be enough for me to have some concern. And so then we go to the typical kind of balance one does. I think there's a lot more we're going to need to know here about what else is out there in the market, what are the other CDNs. But I think we'd go into, I think there'd be enough here to say, let's not just presume the efficiencies of, eliminating double margins, et cetera, and, the other kinds of technological efficiencies that might emerge and walk away from this. I think you'd say, look, 60%, that's pretty significant on both ends of this. What kind of competitive effects are we potentially having at both levels of the market? Are we not going to let other ISPs have access to this presumably highly desirable content? On the other side of it, are we not going to let other CDNs have access to our clearly highly desirable conduit? So I think here you have enough facts to say there's some real concern about the horizontal effects at both levels of the markets that are at issue here, and you'd investigate those trade-offs, obviously with less suspicion than you typically do in a horizontal merger, because there is probably a stronger efficiencies case, but we'd want to look at that hard. And then I think we'd want to look at all of the, more sophisticated ways we have been developing over the past 20 years to start looking at vertical mergers and the economic tools that you'd bring to bear there. You'd do the vertical arithmetic. You'd look at the bargaining. And you'd see where that takes us. And Judge Leon, and notwithstanding, I think the bargaining theory has good economic foundations, and is something that I would want to bring in and at least see how it played out here.
So I'd like to see the routing diagram, please, because I don't understand why an ISP on these facts would offer only the CDN content to its customers. I mean, presumably the CDN has, it may be an important CDN, but there are a lot of others out there, and the ISP, I think, would be highly disadvantaged.
I think it's, yes.
But that gets to the incentive question.
That gets to the incentive question.
But you're already at the point of investigating that.
Yeah, right. But I mean, it's in a sense, I guess I'm suggesting that as phrased, I'm not sure that the hypothetical makes complete sense. I mean, the next thing I'd want to know is when we talk about the 60% share for the ISP, what are we looking at there? Is it is it because for an awful lot of the households, there are two lines running in it and go with this ISP or they can go with somebody else, in which case it's easy enough if you start saying, well, I'll give you, the content that's cached with this CDN. It's easy enough for them just to route to a different ISP.
If you went to the other ISP, you wouldn't have access to the CDN's content.
I have to do this because everybody who's ever worked with me knows I'm obsessed with the misuse of only, and I'm afraid this is an example. Does this mean offer the CDN content to its customers only, or does this mean offer its customers only the CDN content?
No, it means offer the CDN content to its customers only.
Okay. But so then the question is what that means, because the whole thing of CDNs is they're running mirrors and caches. So are you saying that it would not offer the CDN services to other? I mean, it's not that you're going to block the content; it's you're blocking the CDN service to other ISPs.
And why wouldn't the service? Why wouldn't the content provider that's hosting on the CDN simply flip to a different CDN?
These are all questions that we want you to. When we circulated this, a couple of weeks ago, this is what we wanted to get into. So this
I think one of the things you're probably hearing is this is a market you might think the market. You'd really want to know where the market shares are coming from, and it'd be pretty. There's reason to think they'd mean less here than in most markets, because you'd think things would just switch so quickly, given the nature of the customers.
So could I just suggest, so these are all great questions, but just take for a moment that we're investigating harm. This hypothetical has some overlap with the kind of analysis that the Department of Justice did in the Comcast-Time Warner Cable merger. It's not exactly the case, because here there are two entities in two different markets. In that case, there were two ISPs that, at least from a local customer's perspective, were never in the same market, but they were in the same line of business. But what I think was important about the DOJ analysis there, and Howard mentioned it, so I just want to draw it out, is that what one would be investigating, assuming there were a theory of harm, is whether there's an increase in bargaining leverage, right? And Michael will tell me if I get the terminology wrong, but I mean by bargaining leverage, not efficiencies in bargaining power, which there can be. A bigger buyer might be able to get volume discounts that two smaller buyers don't get. But is there some increase in the ability to gain an outcome that comes as a result of the combination that isn't because of some increased efficiencies in the bargaining? I think the merger cases that I mentioned at the beginning, which found, generally concluded either at the staff or principals level that there'd be a substantial lessening of competition, were generally bargaining cases. And there's a lot of discussion about bargaining theory and about terms that I don't understand, like concavity, which I've always thought was one of the cats in the T.S. Eliot book of poems around. But it is really an important topic for conversation. So I just mean to flag that I think with a hypothetical to be followed all the way through, we would find ourselves into an interesting conversation about when and how combinations lead to greater bargaining leverage and therefore can diminish competition by harming the competitive process.
That's great. So we have about 2 minutes left. I think instead of moving on to the next hypothetical, it's probably better to ask each of you if you have closing thoughts or statements of things that the FTC should be thinking about as we are exploring antitrust cases in broadband markets.
My only recommendation would be to assume the hard cases are the ones that are going to come to you and think in advance about what the theoretical underpinnings would be of the theories of harm and the extent to which you can line those up with current antitrust doctrines or a principled kind of cabined limited Section 5 theory. All the other cases that come up are going to be relatively conventional, I think, kinds of antitrust analyses. It's the harder versions of all of these that are ones that are not just going to test authority, but test whether there is something in existing doctrine that can get at those, and also to help to understand, what is the analysis you would use, what is the market analysis you would do in deciding if there is a problem, and then what is the theory on which you would remedy it. And I would start with the hard cases.
If you want to, we can go in order, I guess.
I'd be careful about using Section 5. It's not a holy grail. I mean, a lot of people talk about it as if it's, pretty open-ended, and but even the 2015 statement has not been well tested in the courts, and I would be trying to fit things into 127. If you can't fit it in there, the boundaries of Section 5, I think, are pretty limited. The one other thought I would offer, there have been a few suggestions today about regulations. Good regulations are really tough to write. They're really tough to write. And I suspect that in the time it would take to get sensible, thoughtful regulations in this sector, 5G is going to roll out. And I would kind of be waiting to see what happens with that before I start a regulatory regime.
I just note one thing. We've been talking about broadband, but we ought to note that for the very large broadband providers, they tend to be delivering what we could call cable TV, video packages. And that's important in understanding the incentives and abilities of the companies. I think that the DOJ consent decree and the Charter Time Warner Cable merger was very important because it looks at programming contract terms, MFNs, so-called ADMs, to see whether there's a disabling of an online rival through a programming agreement that affects what can come over the broadband pipe as a rival to the incumbent video services. So I think having an understanding of the full nature of the business model and thinking about these kinds of contractual terms would be very useful.
All right, so I'll keep it really short and mention hypothetical 4, which is the 2 IP platforms that have their own private networks and then think about going to the public. I think, to echo the last thing John said, it's really important to look at these issues very broadly, to look at the entire ecosystem, and it's, platforms interacting with platforms, and we've heard this come up at various points about, well, wait a minute, in relevant markets, it's going to be, got to think really carefully across the products that could be substitutes. And so I would just say, I think it's important to try to get a really broad picture of what's going on, because the way these different pieces interact, and to avoid letting labels then drive outcomes as opposed to looking at the actual economic and business functions.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your time today. Please join me in thanking the panel and thanking all of our panelists. This concludes the end of hearing number 10. Our next hearing will be March 25th and 26th, where we will look at the FTC's role in a changing world, and that hearing will take place at the FTC headquarters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.